We are live. I really like that music in the countdown. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us for the grand finale. This is first time we do this. It's going to be a full day of panels, live panels with all our amazing speakers from PlatformCon. Not all of them, because there's a lot of them, but like some of them that will join us and our media partners to discuss the good and the bad from PlatformCon 2024. What's hot in platform engineering and kind of looking at the future, what's coming next, and what we can all expect in this ever-evolving space. So the way we're gonna do this is we have I think like 6 or 7 different panels throughout the day. This one that you're seeing right now is our opening panel, where we'll discuss best practices in platform engineering. And I am joined by Anna, who's a former engagement lead at Red Hat and huge proponent of platform as a product, and had not one but 2 talks at PlatformCon this year. Hi, Anna.
Hello, everybody.
And we have Joe, who's the head architect for developer platforms and developer experience at UKG. Hey, Joe, how you doing? Joining us from the US.
Glad to be here, guys. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, thank you. And then we go Andre, who's leading the Competence Center and Platform Engineering practice at Bechtle. Hey, Andre. Hey, and Nikki, finally, the one and only CEO and CTO of Open Credo. Hello, Nikki. How are you doing?
I'm good. Good to be here. Thanks.
Awesome. Cool. So we'll get started in just a second. I do want to remind people, if you have, first of all, let us know where you're joining from either in the YouTube chat or on the Slack or in LinkedIn. There's some really cool activity the last couple of days of people just like, hey, I'm joining from here, hello from there, and hello from there. And we literally have people from all over the world, which is really cool to see. And then same, if you have any questions throughout the chat that we're going to have, just drop them in there. I'll try to bring them in at a relevant time, but don't be afraid. Don't be shy. Just chime in. Okay, cool. So I want to get started in just a second. I do want to acknowledge that we have a fantastic panel today here. I think it's a really cool mix of thought leaders and people leading the charge in platform engineering, practitioners giving us their sort of like enterprise perspective and things. So I'm really excited about the conversation today. Maybe we can just start with a quick kind of, hey, what were your highlights of the weeks, if any? I mean, we've all watched a lot of talks at this point and seen the conversation and so on. You don't all have to, jump in and say something, but if there's anything that comes to mind, maybe like Nikki, I know you were at the live day in London on Wednesday. So how was that? And are there any other things that stood out throughout the week for you?
Yeah, so I think the live there at London was fantastic. It was the first time we've done that live, but there were some amazing talks there, which will also be live next week, I believe, on PlatformCon. So that'll be even more to look out for, which is great. It was really great networking opportunity, and actually, kind of being there with people and being able to talk in person, which was fantastic. But I think there was so much good, good content on the day, but also during PlatformCon. The general sort of sessions. I think one that I did watch actually was the interview with Kelsey Hightower and Casper, and that actually was quite great. I love Kelsey. He just gives it as it comes. It's like shoot from the hip, and just very practical, sort of wisdom and thing from that. So there were so many, but that was one that I thought was actually quite good.
Yeah, awesome. I agree with that. Joe, Andre, Anna, any highlights from you before we jump into the juicy part?
Yeah, what's interesting is I can relate to almost all of it. It's a journey thing for me and my organization, and a lot of what I took away from that is pain points that we're feeling out there in industry with platform engineering. How do I apply best practices across the board? There was a theme, I think the Google team, I think it was Sahil and Srinivas, if I'm not mistaken, from Google, kind of highlighted one thing where they said, platform engineering is hard. It's definitely not something that's, easily spun up. I've been doing this for a long time, and every organization, whether it's, moving to the cloud, moving to acceleration, moving that needle for your customers, getting things out there faster. It's always a challenge getting those builds out the door really quick, right? And that was really resonating with me as far as platform being difficult to put together. So I found a lot of that theme across a lot of the talks, and interesting, solutions to some of those challenges. So, it's really great speakers, great topics. I think it all applies very nicely across the board. Always love listening to Casper. He's got some really great down to earth insights, of course. So love hearing what he has to say.
That's awesome. Cool to hear. All right. Anything from you, Andrea? Did you want to say something?
I totally agree with Nikki. Yeah, being live again, meeting your customers, your partners, your colleagues is really great, especially after Corona. And we also made a watch party in St. Augustine in Germany. And personally, this was my highlight. And we had some good food out of our kitchen, and in a very casual atmosphere, watched some talks, and that was pretty amazing. And it's also really amazing to see how big the momentum of the platform engineering movement really got. And if we remember the old days, not too many people were maybe attending, and now it's really massive. And that's really amazing.
Yeah, and I've heard some great things about your kitchen over there.
Yes, it's good. You have to check it out next time. You're always welcome.
Yeah, you have some pretty cool stuff going on. Anything from you, Anna?
The observation that there was quite a few talks focused on the culture and practices that are heavily based on foundations and so on. It's just not just technology, not just processes, but the culture that is so important to get that platform engineering evolving in the organization. So I was really happy to see the amount of talks focused on that topic.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And something that we really stress in the community, right? Like, so many times people are very worried about, hey, what tech stack should I pick and so on. But really, that's almost never the limitation. It's really how can your organization accept the sort of like the org transformation level change that you want to drive with platform engineering. So let's get right into it. Let's get into actually a really important cultural component of platform engineering when it comes to best practices, which is, again, one of the key topics I think that emerged this year as well, PlatformCon 2024, which is platform as a product. And I mean, we have some real experts here. So I want to start with you, Anna. Why don't you kick us off and give us a definition and really set the stage here? What do we mean with platform as a product? How is that different maybe than what some teams are used to, or in other words, what's new? Like, why should people care about platform as a product, as a concept?
I think this comes down to traditionally in the IT world, infrastructure and anything related to the platform was treated as a project. And naturally, the problem with the project is short-lived. So one team does the work, then it throws it over the fence, and the other team takes care of that. So focus on the platform as a product changes, first of all, the ownership, because the team that starts designing the platform, building the platform, and maintaining the platform is the same team. And that team focuses on that life cycle of a product from the moment it's conceived to the moment it's decommissioned. But it's also using all the product management approaches to managing the platform. So focus on your users. That's a very good foundation for developer experience. Focus on other personas that are important to the success of our platform, like compliance, like security, like decision makers. Thinking about the platform adoption as opposed to mandating it to the users. Thinking about focus on business value, how the platform can help our organization succeed. It's not just building the platform for the sake of building a platform, trying to connect it to all the business that we are doing and making it a successful internal product that's fully widely adopted by our organization, and also making sure that we measure that adoption, we measure satisfaction for our product, we continuously learning from what the feedback we get from our users, improving it, and so on. So that's the definition in my head of a platform as a product. So anything else I kind of missed? Important stuff?
I think you covered it pretty well. Anything to add from your end, Nikki? What do you think? You're muted.
Apologies for that. Yeah, I think Anna covered it quite well. Yeah, it's moving from that project mindset to a product mindset, and that comes with a whole bunch of interesting challenges. So moving away from that cost center mentality as well to actually creating value and stuff for the users. So yeah, there's I think it was covered really well. So yeah, good.
Nice. So Andre, I mean, Bechtle is a huge service provider, right? Like you're rolling out these platforms for a lot of like customers. What's your approach when you kind of like want to deliver these platforms as products for your customers?
Yeah, to be honest, it's sometimes for us pretty hard to deliver this approach to our customers, yeah, because the mindset needs to change, definitely, yeah. So we face a lot of resistance to change. Yeah, and sometimes you have, I always call them the Frankenstein architectures that are in place already, yeah, through different DevOps projects. Yeah, these things were built, and we then have to somehow convince people now to get a product mindset. And most of the time, these are then infrastructure people. And don't forget, we are Germans. Yeah, we make it extra hard. Yeah, so. Really the Germans, especially in the regulated space, are pretty, bound to their systems, yeah, and systems most of the time they protect the system, yeah. And what we really try is to start small, yeah, in getting into platform engineering. We try also to use the MVP approach. We try to bring developers and engineers pretty fast together, that they can also try out things, see the value pretty fast, yeah. And we also always, of course, try to show executives that this is now of value, yeah. And especially in the regulated space, also executives see that you can raise security levels through platform engineering. That's right now, as I work in a very regulated space, one of the big topics in Germany, yeah, especially for decision makers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really good point. Joe, I mean, when you're rolling out your platform, right? What challenges? I mean, I guess like culturally, maybe it's like you don't have as many Germans blocking you there. But what were the I guess like the technical as well and cultural challenges, and what are you doing actually to remedy those challenges?
I think, what's interesting with our company is, in April 2020, we went through a pretty large merger, which ended up resulting in Ultimate Kronos Group, which is UKG. And that was spun off by two other companies. One organization, our Ultimate Software organization, was pretty far down the path, I'd say, just technically, culturally, from a adoption of platform and how that works. Pretty far down on the path as far as the maturity model, right? And then you have other pockets from Kronos, which is our other organization that we merged into from. There were maybe some pockets there that were a little legacy in technology, right? So you look at a hybrid organization that, some process, some business process, could have been legacy in some cases, and some that were more fast-paced, very SaaS-oriented, ready to go. I think what we're challenged with today is coming up with, really kind of taking it a step back, looking at the customer, right? Taking a look at what is it we're trying to fulfill from the customer's end, and then work back from that customer, right? We take a look at what do we have today from our landscape of products, services, capabilities, all the way back to the developer, and build that user-centric design through, good design in platform, good design in CI/CD, good designs in the technologies to support all those things. Obviously, patterns, practices, and all that play into that. But really, what's the goal there is really getting features out the door, getting good feedback from our customer base, understanding where we can turn the knobs, make a little bit more course corrections as we go. Our developer experience, right? Our developer experience, again, I'm in the developer acceleration team. That's my team name, right? And I think the engineers, we have some amazing engineers on this team, and our developer experience is something that, we work hand in hand with our developers and our engineers and our architects that are across the organization, and really kind of focusing on what makes their lives easy today? And it might be already in place, but what else can we do to enhance that, right? So we like to meet them in the middle. We take a look at what they have. We take a look at, what we can do to enable those things and bring that to the business, right? Again, looking at a product-based platform engineering mentality and bring that to the engineering organization and align to that across the board and leverage commonality across all of those things.
I love that. And do you see the challenge there in this sort of like mindset shift from, maybe working with like existing teams that are used to like different ways of collaborating between infrastructure and operations, developers, and so on, going there? Like, how do you do that? Like, do you build an entire new team? Do you try to retrain maybe and have this like mindset shift in the existing team? Is it a combination of that? What do you do there?
Yeah, it's interesting. I my past was engineering, right? So I was the guy building those solutions on the back end, right? Now I'm looking for platform teams to give me, a way to the production front door, right? I like having that kind of mentality, because now I come into the platform area and I kind of look at it from what benefits can I get from a platform? How do I meet them in the middle? How do I understand what works well for this organization, for this team, for this business unit, and what doesn't? What are some of the gaps? What are the things that maybe they've done custom because they had to get their deadlines met? And how can we leverage things that we're building in the future, right? When we think about security, it's ever evolving, right? Security is something that we always have to keep in mind. How do we bring in some of the latest and greatest patterns and practices into already existing mentalities, right? And a lot of it is, we like to bring the developers, alongside of us and have them actually become our champions and actually help them build some of the platform technologies versus us kind of dictating, saying, here's your standard, go follow and off you go. That usually fails pretty badly. I think what we like to do is have them come along for the journey. They see the value in that. They become our sponsors. They become our voice to other engineers. And then those other engineers, it's almost like, you create that movement. There's a couple videos out there you can see on YouTube about creating a movement where the one guy's dancing. This is that, right? This is all about creating a movement, starting small, creating that movement and getting everybody to jump on board, right? I think that's a lot of, kind of our elementary strategy around this. And, we do have pockets that, tribal knowledge, we have, set in their ways, but, what we're seeing now is that tribal knowledge and that set in your ways mentality is starting to lax up a little bit because they feel like they're contributing to the future good of the corporation here. So it's really exciting.
Nice. And you mentioned,
I totally agree with Joe. And one challenge we see, especially Joe mentioned it before, you should not dictate things to people. But if you want to build a product, you should also take care that not pretty strong stakeholders dictate too much what you build into your product. And that's, from my perspective, a very big challenge. You know it, when you build products, you have a strategy in mind. If you have a stakeholder that invests a lot into your product, maybe this stakeholder also is pretty strong in deciding which features will be in your product. And this also in the past showed that really your platform as a product is not the product anymore that you normally wanted to build. And this is sometimes really a showstopper. And I saw platforms that were meant in a totally different way and then were changed by people who had the budget to invest into the platform, and there's then somehow manipulated the character of the product.
Good point.
Maybe just to jump in there, actually, I mean, this is where I think it's really important to have a really strong product manager and to be able to actually sort of get the various stakeholders input and stuff and try and balance that out, because exactly as you say, it used to be, he or she who shouts the loudest, that's what wins. And quite often it's sometimes the ones that are a bit more quiet and the things that they need are actually might make a huge difference for many people. So that product mentality and having a product manager that's really strong in speaking to not just the developers, but also the security and all the different aspects, I think is key to getting a more balanced platform, because I think it was in some of the talks as well, there is a huge focus, very rightly, on the developers, but there is more than just the developers. There is a much bigger community involved, including the execs who want to understand they're getting a return on investment and security and the like. And so trying to balance that, I think, is quite important.
Yeah, I totally agree. And you really need that product role that you're talking about, Nikki, right? To mediate between all of these different stakeholder groups, right? Like, how do you think about that? And in terms of, because obviously, I always feel like platform engineering is a lot about this product mindset, but it's also a lot about communication, right? It's about being able to like figuring out, hey, how do I speak C-level language to get executive support from my platform? How do I get the developers, right? How do I build that feedback loop tightly with them, right? So what do you think are some of the challenges there, and what have you seen working well to kind of like get all the different stakeholders on board with the platform moving forward?
So the biggest challenge that I've noticed working with my customer is this discrepancy between what technical people seem important and the business seems important. So one of the practices that we've been using a lot is like outcomes, focusing on outcomes, and especially those connected outcomes, how the outcomes of my platform team can impact what's important for the business. So whatever is business trying to do, are they trying to reduce time to market? Are they trying to improve satisfaction with the product, whatever, and how my 3 to 5 outcomes that I'm focusing on for the next roadmap period, 3 to 6 months, are going to impact that value of the business that the business as whole is trying to deliver. Or maybe that's the Streamline team that is working on some new feature that they're trying to launch, and how can we help them achieve that. So connecting those two outcomes and showing the team, making sure that they are visible for both teams that are working together, and making sure that they see how their work is making difference with the other team's work is super important. So that visualization. And in terms of wider stakeholder management, being able to link everything we do to the business value, being able to translate it into business value. It's not necessarily just money, because ultimately it all comes down to money. But initially, when you are at the beginning of the platform, that I happen to be working mostly with the customers that were embarking on the journey. So for us, the business value was about like gaining the expertise, being able to get trust with the initial stakeholders, like building that initial trust with security, building trust with compliance. So traditional left shift, bringing them into those the design discussion, making sure that they are involved in all our showcases, making sure that we give them ability to provide the feedback, as you mentioned, Luca, the really valid feedback loops that we get quick responses, and we are able to find out what's working, what's not working, collecting data as much as possible. Like that's one of the things where our products are successful, being able to understand how the product is used, what's working, what's not working, and bringing that data into the business value discussion. And that also helps with some of those shouty stakeholders, being able to show them like where the value really lies, what does the data show, might be able to help us manage them a little bit easier.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned, right, this like getting started, right? I feel like getting started, getting off the ground a lot of times is like one of the hardest bits, right? And Andre, you quickly dropped this like MVP concept, like this like minimum viable platform. Like, can you just like maybe double click on that for a second? Like, how does that help? How can that help basically organizations getting started on this platform as a product journey, quickly and in a good way?
Yeah, you can definitely start pretty quickly with an MVP. Yeah? We made these experiences, and it really worked for us as well. Yeah, so for our internal team, yeah, we did exactly that, and choose the approach of an MVP. And the good thing in my perspective is that really in a very short time, yeah, I would now suggest like 8 to 12 weeks. It depends, of course, what kind of maturity your organization has, and if you work in regulated space and have on-premises things you want to integrate. And after the time, you can really see if there's a value. Yeah, and you can also, if you go for a very practical MVP, show the people who use the technology every day, and always say these are the developers. Yeah, the developer experience really must be great, and also the engineers who have to maintain all of that. And if you can bring these people together to the table, and if they can say this concept works, yeah, especially concepts like abstraction, yeah. So we made really good experiences with SCORE, for instance, yeah, and then presenting this to the executives in a language that they understand, yeah, especially fostering the security advantages, yeah. This helps out, and then also people get really the chance to continue their platform engineering journey, because I think if you don't go pretty fast for a quick win in this, yeah, these initiatives will also be shut down by executives because they don't understand the value. Because in the past, yeah, also DevOps approach, building 20 different environments and tech stacks, yeah, did also work somehow. And 4 times a year you threw a release over the fence, and it's okay, yeah. And I think we really should focus on the MVP approach to persuade customers to go for platform engineering. It's really brilliant. Very positive from my side.
And you mentioned this like maturity, right? And Joe, you also dropped this. So I want to shift gears a little bit and move to, I think, like another emerging pillar in the space when it comes to platform engineering best practices, and that's the CNCF platform engineering maturity model. So Nikki, for those who may not have heard about it yet, or have heard it but don't really know exactly what it is, can you briefly explain what the CNCF platform engineering maturity model is? How can it help organizations on their journey, and how can people use it? And should we always aim for the best, or are there nuances that we should think about?
Yeah, sure. So, so the CNCF maturity model came out in November last year. So it was actually originally donated by the great people at Centesso. And really, I would say, at its heart, what it really is, it's a collation of the sort of patterns and wisdoms that have been sort of gathered across the board from various practitioners that have been involved in many different sort of platform engineering initiatives, to like pull it into a nice handy matrix, which tries to give you, sort of describes the characteristics and the practices that exist at different stages of maturity. So it's generally sort of labeled 1 to 4 in terms of the actual kind of levels, but and then there's some aspects that it kind of measures you against, so your investment, your adoption, and a few different kind of things. And it's really there to try and provide you with enough sort of information where you can say, actually, for my organization, maybe I'm sort of here in my maturity level, maybe level 1 or 2 on the investment, and give you a bit of the sort of the characteristics and what does it mean for you to improve. So if I want to move towards maybe a more sort of scalable sort of setup, what are the things that I need to do? So it gives you a nice sort of matrix, a nice way of trying to understand where you are as an organization, but also highlight then like what are some of the limitations that I have at my level, and how can I actually kind of improve, so that you can understand how to kind of move forward with your journey as an organization. So I mean, in terms of what you would aim for, it's not meant to be one of these dogmatic, sort of tools that you beat people over the head and say, oh, you're only a level 1, so, woe to you. That's bad. So it really is not meant to work like that. It's really to say, okay, there's some tactical things, but maybe there's a few more strategic type things that you would want to do as you're going on this kind of journey. So it's certainly not the finished article. I would say it's still being kind of worked out, but it really gives, I think, organizations a nice starting point to be able to plot where they are, understand where they are, and then see what are the things that I can do to improve in these different areas of like operations and measuring your adoption and investment and those type of things. So.
And I mean, are there any particular aspects that you've kind of seen or found that that organizations struggle with when it comes to platform engineering, in terms of like they can't really, they seem to get stuck, right? They can't really keep maturing, keep growing there.
Yeah, so one of the aspects on the maturity model is the adoption. And I think we've spoken about this before. Like many people, one of the tools that you can use to try and get people onto your platform is just to make it mandatory and say, thou shalt be on my platform. It doesn't tend to work out very well in that case. And if you have a look at the maturity model, you'll see it's about sort of level 2-ish, where, you're kind of pushing people onto the platform. And that's because, you don't get that feedback loop. So you don't actually get to understand, look, is my platform actually worth it? Am I solving the right problems? So for me, adoption is one of the challenges or the aspects that I think we see a lot of organizations really, really kind of struggling with. And I think there's also, it's easy for people to make progress in some of the other areas, but with adoption, you've got to change a few knobs in a few different places to actually sort of make progress. And what we've found with many of the clients that we've seen is there's a few things that tend to, I guess, maybe act as a bit of an anchor or kind of hold people back. And some of that is that there's a lack of confidence, I would say, when sometimes people build these platforms and people say, well, I don't want to be the first one to go out there. I don't want to be like the first team because I don't really know if it's going to support me, if it's going to be able to, handle the load and all these type of things. And they act as a barrier. And so when teams try to maybe onboard 10 teams at a time, that's where I say that can be really problematic. So like you've got to find those 1 or 2 teams that really want to push you all the way through so that you can then work out what are some of my challenges, what are some of my day 2 issues that I'm going to, sort of run into as I move through this journey. And without doing that, it becomes really problematic. And so that's where I see quite a lot of challenges around that space.
Super interesting.
I would like to add something. So what I see is that especially customers who gets delivered applications by external teams, external service providers like us. Most of the time they are really depending on them, and they also don't explain these external service providers what kind of standards they have to comply to. So every new external company brings a new tech stack, brings new political ideas into the customer, and this most of the time let the customers to drift away from their strategy. And this is what I see. I have a customer where we built really a nice platform. Then a very big service provider came and said, we need to deliver this kind of application in this time because we won the tender, and that's the price, that's the timeline, no agility, and we can only do it if we do the underlying technology like this. We need this Git repo, we need this CI/CD technology, and then our platform was not utilized for this project, even that it was a core application that was developed. And I see this all the time.
Yeah,
I think that's where it's important to have an agree on what is the contract for the platform. It's like, what does the platform do? What do the teams do? And to Anna's point as well, it's like, what are the outcomes that we're trying to achieve with this? And sometimes whether you use this Git repository or another sort of Git repository, it probably doesn't matter. But I think if at least what we found is, and this is something which came up in the London Live event, documentation, to actually make it clear sometimes to people, look, this is what we expect of you. This is how it works, type thing. Because if you don't have that, it is a bit of a free for all. So yeah, absolutely agree, Andre.
And if I can, apologies, Jericho, go ahead.
No, Anna, go ahead.
I just wanted to add to the documentation aspect that one of the things that we can that can help us with this is the enabling teams. We cannot overstate the importance of the enabling teams, because enabling teams are those teams that team topologies people keep shouting about, but they are super important because their job is to get our team on the platform or get our team working with something and then disperse. They have to self-destruct. They are temporary teams, but they are kind of blended teams from the people who will end up using the part of the product or the feature. And that's why the focus is also on documentation and the ways of working and maybe some inner sourcing and things like that. So that's kind of one model that is really I've seen that in practice working very well. Sorry, over to you, Joe.
No, you're fine. I appreciate it. And actually, I am going to take a little bit of everyone's kind of thunder, because you guys all said something that is very close to what we're actually going through right now. And from a maturity model perspective, and Nikki, I think you're on point with the maturity model and some of the pitfalls and strengths of the maturity model. But I think one of the big things I always pull out of the maturity model is, when do you go from dictation, mandation, from a push point of view, to a, hey, we love this, we're just going to pull it in, right? It's almost like that service oriented, pull in my capability, right? I think, and one of our examples, some of the things we've done, I mean, we've done MVPs, going back to Andres, we've done MVPs ourselves. And, I think proof's in the pudding, right? When you do these kinds of things, getting teams on board, it's like, okay, yeah, I get it. You guys are putting standards together, and I understand I have to get on board with that. And whether it's mandated or I can do it myself and I have control or you have control, it's all kind of wishy-washy, and it's kind of hand-wavy at that point. I think what we have to do is we have to put together those, I hate to call them MVPs or POCs or whatever you pilots, but we did that. We actually did a POC where we took a workload that is a common workload, deploy a Kubernetes cluster to an environment through the standard process and the new process we're trying to build, right? So this is coming through a very common dev portal, going through the YAMLs and the structure and all that, and deploying that, right? And, lots of naysayers, yeah, we've done that before, and it is what it is, and sounds good. But what I'll say is the results of that really scream, success, right? And this is where you get those people going, yeah, you guys are mandating, that's a push. Well, after the results came out, it's almost like they shifted gears and said, we want that. Now we're going to pull that into our workloads, right? And the results were really crazy, because we went from a process where we diagnosed the entire process, soup to nuts, and it took 24 weeks to deploy a Kubernetes workload in 20 tickets with numerous pull requests, right? So you can imagine, just to get a Kubernetes cluster out there, it took forever, right? With all the processes and all the blockers and all the fun stuff that goes along with that. We were able to deploy through an IDP workload, through the way we built things, and actually drive that in less than 1 day. So we were able to show, either MVP, pilot, whatever the case may be, that in 1 day, you're able to do the exact same thing through very streamlined, very automated, templatized based, kind of deployment model. And we went from, kind of building these things out. And in that 1 day, it took 10 minutes with 0 tickets. So, I mean, proof's in the pudding there, right? I mean, that's really, when they saw that, it's almost like a no-brainer. They were all about, let me have that. I want to pull that into my workload. How do I incorporate that? How do we move forward with that kind of mentality? So it's kind of the tipping point of when we go from push to pull.
I'd agree with that. I'd say there's another angle to this as well that we found as a bit of a challenge, though, is that even if it is great, even if it is better, there is often there's a requirement on the teams to still do their product stuff, and it takes a little bit of time sometimes to convert your people's sort of applications from whatever it is to the new setup, and there's inevitably some kind of sort of changes and stuff that's required. And what we found, I don't know if any of you others have found this as well, is that can actually be one of the challenges, that even though it's better, it's like, I just don't have time to do this. I don't have the bandwidth. I don't have the ability. And to Anna's point as well, this is where the enablement teams, I think, is a crucial part to say, let us help you with that, because actually we can show you that we can do this a little bit faster. And so I think often there's a lot of inertia in some of the teams, and sometimes I think it's almost like it's a weird analogy, but sometimes like eating an olive. Like, you might not have liked it when you were a kid, but then you get acquired to the taste, and sometimes you need to get acquired to the new sort of way of doing things. And so a little bit of enablement team, a little bit of push pull, you eventually kind of get there, I think.
That's awesome.
And if I can add something to what you said, Nikki, about like those two workloads, right? Because there is the new and the old. So what I'm finding a lot is that people do not visualize them together, and that team is being expected to do their 9-to-5 job old style, and then all the new stuff is like a nice to have on the side of the desk. So what we try to do in this situation is like bring all of that to one backlog, make the work visible, and then as you said, having the enabling team working together and trying to figure out better ways of working. But it's really important to have just one backlog of work, making sure that people can focus and can build the right prioritization of anything that's outstanding.
In regards of documentation, this was mentioned before multiple times by Anna and Nikki. Yeah? So I think going for really an IDP, it helps you a lot to document the stuff properly. Yeah, just imagine the old environments you had. Yeah, you had like X environments. Nothing is really well documented, and what we right now do is that's ongoing. We try to re-document our platform into the enterprise architecture. So that means we really want to connect also specific enterprise architecture management products with our platform architecture, and we automatically want to document deployments we do, yeah, microservices catalogs. We want to document the IT components, resources that we use, and we want to also document how they stand in relation to business processes and business capabilities. Yeah? And this approach for the future, I think, is really interesting. Maybe next year on PlatformCon, you will see something around that. Yeah, let's see. But there's so much potential because the standardization is so nice in regards of IDP concepts, yeah, that we can definitely get value out of that.
And I mean, the other thing that you mentioned earlier, Andrew, was this idea of like, secure environments, right? Or like highly regulated environments. How do you strike the balance there, right? Between the like platform engineering really kind of like driving the standardization and compliance by design, right? And enabling this, but without it becoming almost like a blocker, right?
Yeah, for me, especially in the space of my regulated customers, compliance, security, these are really the most important bits. And when I really see at the moment how customers try to be compliant and do security checks, come on, guys, be honest, yeah? They do they have PowerShell scripts on Windows, they have Bash stuff running, which is then batched in a nightly run and then tries to document stuff into other systems, yeah, to then have your compliance dashboard, yeah. And I all the time explain these customers that with the approach of abstracting developers from engineers, and that's classically what Score, for instance, does. Yeah, so we try to specify workloads, and we don't give information of the critical infrastructure to the developers. Yeah, means if you go through your pipelines, if you abstract in the way you should abstract, yeah, your systems should be always compliant, yeah, because nothing could get into production, into dev staging that's not compliant, yeah, and we don't need these regular compliance checks, for instance. And believe me, my customers, they waste a lot of taxpayers' money to be compliant and to regularly check Linux instances, Windows instances, containerized environments with some automation magic, if it's compliant or not, yeah. And people then tell me, Andre, do you really think that's so easy? I said, no, it's not really easy. It's just another approach, and it's the better approach than the things like you did it 20 years ago. Yeah, and that's my point of view from the practical side. Yeah.
How important is that for you, Joe, in terms of like just driving compliance to design, make sure that like, hey, both my infrastructure and operations team and my security counterparts can actually kind of sleep well at night because the platform actually enforces stuff by default?
Here at UKG, security is like, day one, job one, the most prioritized thing that we do. We've actually spun off, what we call security champions across the organization to, even within our platform teams, with our Dev acceleration teams, really become experts, those kind of embedded experts across the organization. And really what we're driving is, security across the organization. Like everybody needs to have secure development, period, right? Whether that's developing code for a feature on a product, whether that's developing code that is building the next pipeline, UI, all that, right? So we put together a great program around that, and we're just looking forward to kind of moving that forward. Data privacy to us is humongous, right? I mean, we deal with a lot of customer data, and customer data, if you want to break trust quickly, leak out your customer data. That'll do it for you, right? So what we take extremely sensitive is obviously PII, data privacy, handling of the employee data for our customers, making sure that we build that trust with our customers on a day-to-day basis, make sure they feel that they have their best interest in what we put together. We test that on a frequent basis through our pipelines. We have tools, techniques, processes in place to prove that we've done that, give a good litmus test on where we're at with some of those things. There's SLAs in place where we're scanning things on a frequent basis to make sure that we are staying in compliant with that. Our big thing with platform is secrets management, token management, API keys, identity federation, workload identity federation, impersonation. These are things that are extremely important as we start building out our pipelines, because not that you can just get compromised at the application level, but at the build level, this seems to be the new place where a lot of malicious actors like to play. So we have to be very vigilant of that. We have to be very aware of that. And we bleed that into our test processes too. So all that's kind of blended into that as well. The other part is, we're building, infrastructure as code. So we need to be very vigilant around vulnerability management, right? And I know, as a developer, engineer, architect, and director on teams that I've built applications where I'm like, vulnerability management, CrowdStrike, yeah, it's a thorn. You know what? The more you have around vulnerability management and visibility to that, and make it more gamified, and make sure that you're getting your organization in a way that really does see that as a priority. To me, that's where we are as far as UKG, and we are just accelerating that as we go forward.
Love that. That's a really interesting perspective from kind of the enterprise angle, and I mean it's really important, right? I think we have a full track about this at PlatformCon, which is the blueprints track, right? The importance of just like visualizing it, like, right? Because you mentioned there's so many different moving parts, right? You have infrastructure code, you have your Kubernetes clusters, you have like your secrets, your security, your monitoring and logging, right? Like, how do you make sense of all of this, right? And it can be quite, I feel like, overwhelming for people, especially the ones that maybe are building their first platform, not like their 10th, to figure out, okay, how do I navigate this like super massive CNCF landscape and kind of like, patch it together to something that makes sense for my own organization, right? And so are there, like, did you find, for instance, that the reference architectures from the community, or some of these other types of, which I've seen now, there's I think there have been probably like 20 or 30 talks this year that kind of use that as a blueprint in terms of like discussing what are the different components of reference architectures. But have you seen that in action? Have you seen other type of sort of standards that can help driving this type of best practice, Nikki?
So I think I'm going to borrow something from the software engineering world, actually. It's something called the C4 model. So I don't know if people sort of come across that, but it's this concept of kind of starting high and then drilling your way down into things. And just to be honest, as common sense, I think that makes a lot of sense to people, is that when you see, for example, the CNCF, the landscape, it's too much. There's a lot of detail everywhere. Like, I haven't got a clue what's going on, what I need to have a look at. But if you start high and say, okay, what are my really big systems? What are the big systems that are in play within the platform? How's the platform broken up? And then kind of dive into that, have a look what the components are in that. I actually think that is a nice way of kind of starting high and then diving a little bit deeper actually into some of the things. There are things out there, again, depending on your architecture and setup, that can do some of the stuff automatically for you. Like if you've got service meshes and things, you can get, some of the things that they'll diagram all of your components and how they're connected and all these type of things. So I think there's a variety of things, but I always go back to basics and say, something where you can start high level and work your way down. That answers so many questions, I think, for people, because it talks to the executives right at the top. They can understand the top level, and then as the people get lower into the subcomponents or whatever it is, then they can figure out, what's going on there. And I think something that we've seen is that there used to be one platform team, but there's not. The platform team is now often broken up into very different areas, and they in themselves are subspecialities. And so everybody's not going to know everything. And so, but understanding your piece and what's going on there, and also I come back to this, but what is the contract for you to the next level up or to the level to the side? So if you're doing the pure infrastructure codes, the sort of the AWS layer or whatever it's like, and somebody's building Kubernetes on top of that, or depending on, how it's structured, just to understand what is the contract between the two, and what are the big pieces I need to understand when I'm working with these things.
This for instance helped us to really also slice our teams properly. Yeah, what you said. So what we did first was really giving, based on the planes we sliced, also the responsibilities, and so people knew exactly, okay, that's right now the construction site I work on. These are the technologies, and I have my APIs, contracts to the other team members, and it really helped also to make it understandable for our engineers. This was around 1.5 to 2 years ago when we built our own internal developer platform. So we have around 150 devs on the platform. Yeah, not that huge, but still not small. Yeah, and really, this was brilliant. And so I can only recommend customers to start with a proper reference architecture, because it's not that difficult to build one, from my perspective, from my experience.
Totally agree. Yep.
Cool. I think we can end on that one, because I just got notified that we were supposed to wrap like a few minutes ago already. But this was really fun, especially when the moderator doesn't have to say too much. It means it was a good panel. So thank you so much, everybody, for taking the time and doing this and being a part of PlatformCon. It's been a pretty amazing week so far, and we look forward to ending in style. So we'll now disappear out of the screen, and you're going to wait a few minutes, and then the next panel is going to come in. And thanks again, Anna, Nikki, Joe, and Andrea for doing this, and see you around.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. It was great. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kellen Gorman. I am the Director of Data and AI at Silk and a DZone core member, and I am so happy to see you here at PlatformCon 24. I am joined with a number of people to talk about platform engineering and AI. Let's talk with a few of our panelists here. I'm going to start out with Ryan, who happens to be just right next to me here on the panel. So Ryan, could you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Colin. Welcome. I'm glad to be here. Happy good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I'm a principal consultant and executive technical director at ThoughtWorks, which is a global consultancy that's hopefully known by many folks here for our work in engineering excellence and testing and platform engineering. And so I've worked with clients across the globe on platform strategy, including architecture and infrastructure for over 10 years. And so I'm really happy to be here today to share what we've been doing recently around our developer productivity and also around how GenAI fits into the picture of platform engineering and the SDLC more broadly.
Excellent. Then I'll go to Sandra. Sandra, can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Sure, Kaylin. Thank you for having me today in the panel. Very happy to share with everyone the experience that we have had. Currently, I'm a senior manager of the machine learning team in Mercado Libre. Mercado Libre is an e-commerce and fintech company in LATAM. And well, we are happy to share all the experience that we have had with our team and how we have been embracing this technology. Again, happy to be sharing this panel with all the guys today.
Oh, we look forward to it, definitely. And Chardeep, your turn.
Hi, good morning. Calling in from California. Right now, I'm the CTO of a startup that's trying to help people get AI apps to production quickly. Before that, I was in a fintech where we built a number of GenAI apps to help underwriting and risk management. Prior to that, I spent 10 years in infrastructure, cloud computing control planes, cloud native, Kubernetes, etc.
Well, I know that AI is on everybody's top of their mind. It's everything that we're thinking about right now. I know DZone, we just finished our platform engineering and AI trends report. It's something that I enjoyed writing on myself. I'm going to start with Ryan because Ryan, of course, you got to introduce yourself first. We'll just go kind of around the room here. Tell me a little bit about what you've been working on and how the role of collaboration impacts, along with communication, in accelerating and maximizing the use of Gen AI within your teams.
Thanks, Kellen. You know, the joy of being a consultant in a global company is that we get to see a lot of things that are happening in a lot of organizations of different sizes and even different domains. And so one of the things that I think is really fascinating about this particular tool, you know, which is Gen AI, which is, of course, really a whole suite of tools that work differently, is that there's so many opportunities for people to learn and to innovate with the tool sets that they have. So I think the clients that we're seeing that are getting the most lift out of Gen AI are the ones that are really setting up a kind of AI operating model where people on the ground are able to share what they're learning. There's so many things, you know, beyond code complete. And of course, that's a table stakes sort of thing. But when we start to really think about the value of prompt engineering, and to be able to create applications, you know, RAG style applications, what we found is that the companies that are really moving fast are doing a great job of sharing experiences between teams and between people, and sort of really building, when someone discovers a way, a certain prompting technique, for example, that works, or a certain way of integrating documentation, you know, into a more RAG style application, being able to share that across teams is critical, because there really is just a constant, there are constantly new tools and there are constantly new techniques that are working, and organizations that think they're just going to implement Gen AI are going to be limited to, you know, to be really being kind of behind the times of whatever their core tool sets, you know, whether it's the GitHubs or the Atlassians, whatever they're rolling out. It's just not enough. So I think that companies need to make sure that they're not just thinking of this as a technology rollout, but there really is a learning loop. You know, the classic build, measure, learn loop that we all know in the product space really has its own reality here in the Gen AI rollout space. And giving people, for example, we've been doing a lot of work and just recently released an open source tool that we call Haven, which is basically a portal where you can, lots of people can do prompt sharing, but across, not tool specific, right? But instead prompt sharing across different types of applications you might build, and also just to give people visibility to the applications and the various uses of Gen AI that are happening throughout the organization. We think that that's a really big deal in being able to get the most value out of Gen AI, because I think the game still is very much about learning and sharing learning quickly.
And prompt sharing is really important. That idea that people can learn from each other as they become better with it. That's really impressive.
Yeah, one of the things that we've found really interesting is that, like, one of our clients in the financial services space, would talk about how business units traditionally didn't really share anything because most of the work they did, they felt like was really unique to their particular business line. But this isn't the case, right? You could have a prompting technique that somebody invents in one business line, and it's totally relevant to other business lines. It might be relevant to platform engineering. It might be relevant to the SDLC. You just never know where a certain technique really might get some traction and might be useful to others. And so I think it really stretches us to think about collaborating in ways across teams and across even parts of the business that we probably haven't done in the past.
Impressive. So Sandra, you have over 15,000 developers that are kind of working with you in that. How are you taking on this kind of challenge?
Well, actually, it has been a big challenge. What we did at the beginning was a hackathon. So we invited the whole community. We have more than 1,000 developers participating in that, but not only developers. And aligned with Ryan, what he was sharing before, we found a great value of having multidisciplinary teams working together. So actually, just something to share there. One of the teams that was like the winner of this hackathon, there was a team of people that did even know each other like the day before. They just joined the hackathon, introduced themselves, and they won because they have different ideas. Some of them knew about the technology, but actually no one was an expert on it. And well, what we learned from that was, first, we have to give the technology like available to everyone in the company. And nowadays we have legal teams working with generative AI, the people team also, human resources, they have ideas and they are developing there. So having the platform that help us to spread the knowledge and spread the technology has been one of our main priorities and like a strategy. So nowadays, generative AI is available for everyone. Code completion, as Ryan was sharing as well, of course, that's like the main one for the developers. But now we're facing how to give tools to other teams in the company because we have been seeing a great value of sharing that knowledge and giving all these ideas that people has, but normally they think like, I can't do it because it's so difficult and I'm not an expert. Well, with generative AI, we're seeing that it's more simple than before. So we're seeing huge impact there.
More no code options, is that what you're talking about? Those that aren't more technical? Yeah,
and that's why we're trying to build, also using tools that are already in the market, but also leveraging our internal platform to develop these kind of tools, no code for all the companies. So not only having 16,000 developers, but now we have 60,000 people working with that kind of tools inside the company.
But we're still feeling pretty safe in our roles, those of us that are technical people that write code. It's all right. It's all right. So
yeah, completely.
Go ahead.
No, I was wanna share that it's not like taking out that part of the work, is how you give them tool to leverage the technology, but being able to, the way of having that is because we have the developers to build those tools, right? So it's part of the complete ecosystem that we have.
Well, folks a lot of times talk about the 87 million jobs that'll go away with AI. They don't often talk about the 92 million that are created by it. So I think that's really important as we hear, kind of that hot button that everybody freaks out about, but there is a really big silver lining around it as well. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty safe in my job. It's all right. So get into data security. So Ryan, you said something about fintech. I do healthcare and fintech. I know about data security and the concerns. Now, Chairdeep, this is something that is kind of, important to you. You're very aware of this. How do you approach data security when it comes to AI? And what do you think are some recommended practices?
Yeah, I think like the other panelists were saying, collaboration is key. So you have to get compliance and legal and security involved early on so that they're comfortable with the technology. Once they're comfortable that, the AI company is not going to train on your data, they're not going to share your data with other tenants on the same API, that's when you start checking what are the access that the AI has. And quite often, this is actually a security and even a reliability issue, because if you give AI a full access to right access to your database, it could be pretty disastrous. So it's a lot of education of the developers, making sure that they're not giving excessive permissions to the AI. And then once the AI has responded, you can put in various tools to redact PII to mask the sensitive information, or even just drop the response when the AI has stepped outside its bounds. A related aspect is that when the AI hallucinates, and then that's very important to catch, because if that hallucination ends up in your customer's hands, then it could be a reputation risk. So it's a lot of minefields, which we are currently stepping around.
So around that whole idea of masking, and as you're training these models, do you ever worry as we mask that data that we could end up poisoning our large language models at all?
Yeah, it's important to not, feed the data back to the AI to, retrain it. It could get counterproductive, like you're saying, that it just starts feeding on itself, and then it starts getting locked into a particular way of answering, whereas you want it to be more creative. So I would strongly, advise against, putting the output of the model back into the model, unless you're trying to train a lower powered model to make it more capable.
Excellent. So Ryan, question for you. What kind of trends are you starting to see, around Gen AI and where companies are headed?
I think the most important thing is, I mentioned earlier, is the term Gen AI is so easy to throw around, but the amount of tools and the sophistication that is rapidly growing in this space is unbelievable. Like what Jyodeep was just saying around security. If you think about what it takes to secure your data, if you're actually building maybe a multi-agent type of solution, this is infinitely more complex, but it's certainly far more complex than if you're deploying code complete. Right. And so I think that what we're seeing in terms of trends partly are some organizations are still really being very cautious and deploying things like code complete and other things that are fairly mature and also integrated with their tool sets. And the companies that are there are only a few companies that we're seeing at scale that are really going after things the way it sounds like Sandra and Jyodeep and others are going after. And I think that the companies that are doing that well are investing in being able to build architectures for Gen AI applications. That's one thing that I think is really important, is like, if you are at a certain scale, if you have those 15,000 developers, and many of our clients do, then there's a lot of value potentially to be captured by getting out ahead and figuring out what you can do with more complex architectures and RAG style applications. But then you also have to make that investment in security and in being thoughtful. And there are so many dimensions as you get into building your own Gen AI applications around handling things like prompt injection and thinking about cost optimization and avoiding hallucination and fact checking. Great tools are showing up on the market every day, like Nemo and other things, to help us keep these applications safe. But there is definitely a lot. Most companies I'm seeing are not preparing to make this investment seriously, because there's just an order of magnitude more complexity when you really start to optimize. That said, I do also think that we're starting to see people realizing, and we've been talking about this at ThoughtWorks for probably over a year now, is within the SDLC specifically, there's so much opportunity for Gen AI upstream in the process. The code complete is really reductive in some ways in terms of the gain it can get. We got those slightly bogus statistics of a 50% increase in productivity, but what we've noticed is that companies are finally realizing that the actual coding phase of the SDLC for most organizations is only a fraction fraction of what an engineer is actually doing end to end. And so the gain you might get on non-trivial code and that you might get across your SDLC turns out to be a lot smaller. And so we think that there's actually a huge amount of opportunity, and we are seeing more and more companies starting to think about how do we write better requirements? How do we have the interface between product and engineering be facilitated? How can we notice things that might be being missed during design thinking? How do we review architecture and use architecture diagrams with multimodal LLMs? There's a lot of, I think anything that you can do early in the SDLC really has a huge knock-on effect to overall developer productivity, much more so than really improving typing speed. So I think that's the trend that we're seeing amongst the leading companies, is really getting creative about how to use AI as early as they can in the SDLC and be able to sort of make sure that the right work is getting done and it's getting done right, rather than just making typing faster. That's pretty reductive.
Versus kind of putting AI in everything. That's what I see. Everybody's like, I have AI in all these products. And it's like, are you actually using it right? And it's actually providing value. I think that's one of the big challenges. We won't talk.
By the way,
about,
that's for sure. That's another
Microsoft.
thing that we've also noticed, is that there's, for all the excitement, most companies are still not really sure that they're actually getting value. And most companies are definitely way behind in terms of being able to measure impacts of smaller portions of any of the value stream of whether it's the software delivery cycle or bigger value streams. Most companies are in pretty poor shape when it comes to measuring things like DORA, that everybody's excited about, are really super high level and end-to-end metrics. Like, it's almost impossible to see the value of AI unless you've got a very good measurement system for looking at microtasks. I'm really curious to hear what Sandra and others are doing in that space.
I was going to ask her next, you have a certain stance, what you set up for your processes and how you get value from your development with this. What is your stance on that?
Well, actually, I was trying not to unmute myself and let Ryan finish, because, well, that was a big challenge for us, like how to have this ROI analysis, right? Like, we're investing in code completion and it's really giving back. And we face exactly what you're saying. It's not as much as expected at the beginning, and it's just for one piece of the process. So what we did, having like data, of course, is going to be the answer. We split the process and we start like to measure in different stages. And we saw at the end, like, we have like a bottleneck, because we were having code faster, but we didn't have like the tools to make sure it was of like good quality, and the revision at the end was taking longer, right? So it's like compensating some of the phases with the phases ahead. Now, of course, we're working on that because we think that we have there an opportunity. We already have an impact, so we want to have more. And what we are facing is how to leverage AI like in the process ahead. So how to fix, how to find bugs easier, how to understand like the way of giving the developers like tools that help them to solve the problems, not only to code them, but to solve them, right? Like how to give them another kind of use of the technology and not just like more code quicker. Fortunately, quality was not impacted. That was also another KPI that we had in mind because we were afraid of that. Quality wasn't impacted, but wasn't even improved either. Like we were also expecting that maybe it was getting better. Wasn't, but at least wasn't being impacted negatively. So, well, we have a good experience on that. But of course, it was a challenge to check that. And of course, if you don't have the data to do it, it's very difficult to understand if it's really impacting or not the business at all, having that kind of investments.
Excellent. So Chairdeep, we were talking about some of these confusions that folks have, that they put AI into everything, or they just say they're AI and they're not. If you were to explain to a stakeholder or to a user, what is the difference between regular applications and Gen AI? How do you get right down to the nitty gritty to get it through, to them to say, this is that difference?
Yeah, I think one important difference is that an AI application is more like an ML application. And I think ML engineers understand that you don't get 100% accuracy on your model, right? And so, but when a regular old software engineer is coding an application, business expects it to work just like a regular application, that every piece of data I give it, it's going to give an accurate response. And so this is one important thing that even the developers don't realize, because they do a few prototypes and they get great results from the AI. But when they put it in production, they find that, 20% of the results are garbage, and we can't show this to the end user. And so the importance of understanding that, you could have mistakes, and how do you continually improve that loop, that prompt engineering loop, the evaluation loop, and maybe change models. And so it's a different kind of optimization that you have to do, rather than just take, write unit tests and integration tests and then regression tests. The regression test especially is quite important, because the smallest change in the prompt can lead to vastly different results in the end. So I find that most platform teams and even developer teams are not aware of this. Businesses certainly are not aware of this. But nonetheless, it's exciting, because I think they're talking about other people getting involved, and I'm finding that product managers are, they don't need to write code, but they open up a ChatGPT console and say, hey, if I did this and did that, could I get a good results? And they get good results, and then they say, hey, engineering team, please develop this. But they
Oh, we may have lost Chiradeep. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah.
I don't know if we caught your last sentence there. You may want to repeat that just in case.
So yeah, I think this the statistical nature or the random nature of the LLM in responding, I think that's a very important thing to keep in mind.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. So let's kind of change gears. Ryan, I'm going to ask you this question. I'm going to read it because I want to make sure that I catch all the little nuances of it. What are some anti-patterns or caveats when integrating Gen AI into engineering platforms and SDLC more broadly?
Well, thank you for reading that. So I think to what Sandra said a moment ago, I think there's definitely a couple of anti-patterns that we're seeing, or things that people need to pay attention to. And we definitely are seeing in some organizations, quality may not be dropping in an obvious way in terms of bugs discovered, but what we are definitely seeing is the tendency to ship a lot more boilerplate code and not sort of spend the time to kind of refactor and keep kind of general application architectures clean does seem to be increasing, and that's not surprising, right? If the AI is going to just go ahead and give you a bunch of code that solves a problem, you're probably going to, and it works, you're going to take it. And the problem, of course, over time is that could start to lead to a bloat of more boilerplate code and architecture that maybe is not being cared for. And if we think about what a good senior engineers are doing in terms of keeping a code base manageable and healthy so that you can keep delivery velocity over time, I think that there's still, the jury's out, but I think there's still a risk of that. Also, Sandra mentioned exactly something we're seeing, which is, if you can write code faster, you may not be able to ship your code faster because you have things like code review and you have other downstream processes that also may not be able to keep up. And one thing that we've seen is that organizations that have made the investment in good platform engineering, who can run CI/CD, a lot of parallelization, dynamic workloads, they're able to, compile and build and test a lot more code that is being produced. And that's important. Right? Because for sure, if the code review practices and other things are not smooth, if there are delays in those processes, then a lot of the apparent gains of being able to write code faster just kind of disappear into process bottlenecks that follow later. So I think that's another kind of, if not an anti-pattern, it's just an investment or a thing that people need to pay attention to, is that they've got good practices in place to ensure that code bases stay healthy and that architecture doesn't degrade over time. It's a lot harder to see. That we're introducing bugs. Most people are tracking that with some data, but being able to know that architecture health is changing over time is not as easy to pay attention to. So I think that's really important. And the last thing that we are seeing, especially in the platform space, is that this tendency to use Gen AI to solve the wrong problems, which is if just because you can use Gen AI to perhaps interrogate logs faster, or we've seen a couple of organizations building a better chatbot for dealing with pipeline failures, right? And those problems are better solved upstream with better developer experience, and that's something that we also are a little bit worried that some companies who maybe haven't dipped their toe fully into thinking about developer experience as a first class team and a first class practice might think that Gen AI is going to save them. And that, of course, takes away a lot of the benefits that you're going to get are going to have a glass ceiling, right? Being able to find issues faster in an opaque, pipeline logs is not really the right way to solve the problem. Oftentimes people need to redesign processes, redesign systems, and this might be allowing them to kick the can for longer in a way that appears like it's great now, but it won't serve them in the long term. So we definitely think that developer experience is really critical, understanding what makes developers' lives easy and not assuming Gen AI is a panacea or a solution for everything.
And I think everyone has like on their MBOs for the year that says you must have a Gen AI product. I think that's one of the big challenges is that we're told, what is your AI solution for this year? Mm-hmm. Many people that may be infrastructure are looking like, what do you mean? Why am I going to put AI into my hardware? This doesn't make sense. Yeah. It is a challenge that everybody thinks that's that buzzword that you must have there. So I'm curious about where Chairdeep and Sandra kind of feel about the same topic. The advancements, rapid advancements, how are you approaching those and making sure that they don't come to bite you?
Yeah, well, we're kind of facing that situation that you were saying, that everyone has on their goals having AI somewhere. And we as platform team, the first challenge was how to integrate Gen AI, the LLMs, as part of our productive platform, because we know that there's some difference between LLMs and the traditional ML solution that we already have in the past. But in this case was different because the users were like moving ahead of us, like they were asking for things that they just was like, they launched in the market in the morning and they were asking us like, how come we don't have that already? That's part of my goals. I need that like today, right? Mm-hmm. So facing the need of the technology, the knowledge of how to use it, as Ryan was saying, we have been also trying to give a lot of information or tools to the teams to understand if generative AI is the best way of solving that. Chatbots are everywhere, but if you don't have the data to answer the questions that your users are going to be asking, they are going to be like useless, right? So that was the first one. The other, having in the platform all the security that we need, the PII identification. We try to have like the basic guardrails at the beginning because we know that some of the users might not have the knowledge to catch that before they are sending that to the LLMs. So that was like first day one objectives for us, right? Like the first things that we tried to tackle was having everything established as we have for an ML platform for the LLMs before the users were running to have the tools. And finally, I think that it's more like how to make sure that we can scale, because normally we'll start like to have these POCs and they get very excited that they are working. But when you want to scale that, we start to face a lot of challenges. Not only the time response of the LLMs that we know that sometimes are not like the best, but also like traffic, because all of the users want to go live like today because it's their objective. So it's part of the challenges that we're having, how to scale and how to have like the same things that we have for traditional ML for our LLMs, like in, like months, right? It has been a great challenge for us for having velocity here.
Chairdeep?
Sure. Yeah, I think like Ryan was saying earlier with this build, operate, and learn loop, people jump into deploying production applications which face the end user directly. I think that's a big mistake. You have to learn by, developing internal applications which internal users only look at. And so you get familiar with what the limits of the LLM are, what you're missing. And the second anti-pattern I see is that they don't monitor the LLM response in production. So as I was saying before, quite a few of them are not to be shown even to internal users. And unless you have some kind of offline or even online evaluation of the LLM response, you could be getting into a lot of trouble. And quite often that just leads to, let's just stop using this LLM because we don't know how to fix it. So that's an important anti-pattern I'd like to highlight.
So based on that, what kind of recommendations, what kind of guidance do you offer those users or those companies, stakeholders that may be more hesitant about getting into that pool with Gen AI? And that's going to be for Chairdeep. I'll start with you. We'll fold back over and come back around.
Yeah, so like I was saying, and that fear is, there's a couple aspects. One is the fear that, hey, I don't know what I'm getting into. The second is people have tried, ChatGPT of 2023 and said, oh, it never gave me good responses. And so then now they're like, oh, what's it going to do for me? It's just going to give me garbage. So I would encourage, people to get back into the latest LLMs and see their capabilities, which are like light years ahead of last year, and see that they can do very important tasks, multimodal tasks, and then try it out in internal applications first. Applications that face internal users that can give rapid feedback and not, stake the reputation of the company there.
Very smart. Sandra.
Yeah, I would like to add to that story. Something that has been repeated constantly, but we have seen a lot of value at that is human in the loop. Sometimes it's better like to semi-automate the process, still having someone in a part of the process and check that at least a sample of it to make sure that it's responding as expected. Not only for user facing, also internally we have found some funny stuff there. So it's also good to have some guardrails for internal, but it's not something to be afraid of. It's more like the process, right? It's not because the tool is a bad tool. It's part of the process of using that tool. So maybe going step by step and not expecting it to be magic and then get disappointed, right? So it's like how to understand how it works and use it properly.
Ryan, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, definitely build on what Sandra and Chairdeep said. Like the human in the loop part is important. It's unfortunate that so much noise was made that Gen AI was just going to automate everything and do everything because it set expectations that are really unreasonable. If you think of, in many ways, while it's amazing, it's kind of like improving IDE technology over many years, right? It takes away more and more of the non-value add or just the slower parts of a process, but clearly keeping the human in the loop is really important for many things. I think that the big thing for companies to become aware of is if you're serious about really getting the advantages of Gen AI at scale and not just consuming the Gen AI opportunities that come in the tool sets that you already have. And I think there's nothing wrong with that, right? At some scale, you should just wait and utilize the Gen AI integrations that you get in the tools that you already have. But if you're really going to invest, I think, everything that Chairdeep has been saying is really important. There are many layers to a Gen AI architecture, if you will. The LLM is just a small piece of it. There is this question of being able to quality check the results of an LLM over time. There's a lot of, there are tools now that are quite good at using LLMs on top of LLMs to be able to try to validate whether or not hallucinations happened, whether or not, you're getting an answer that does seem commensurate with the question. So the architecture required to do that is there are a lot of good tools are emerging that still need to be built. They need to be assembled by an organization. And so I think organizations really need to decide if they're going to go all in, then everything that Sandra and Chairdeep are talking about really requires investment. And I think there is a lot of gain to be had for it, but both in terms of having the knowledge of the tool sets that allow you to do this in a safer way, as well as having the process approaches that keep the human in the loop. Both of those benefit by making an investment and making sure that you have what what I tend to refer to as a Gen AI operating model, right? Like making sure that there are people who are acting as product managers that are thinking about what are we building, and how do we build those things safely, and how do we actually measure the effect of these. A lot of that is repeatable and it's shareable, and I think it's really important for organizations to know that they need to go all in on some architecture, guardrails, tools, and other things that teams will want to use to keep their applications safe, and people and process that works to make sure that we're measuring and that we're making the right decisions about what can be put in front of customers or internal apps. I think that these are the like any other major change, like people who have done this once or twice have learned a lot, and you want to kind of make sure that you keep reusing that experience across the organization and not let every part of the organization have to find all these things for themselves.
Lessons learned are important. I would agree. So this is really, kind of changing the whole industry, all the industries. Let's be honest here. I'll be honest with that one. But how do you see it transforming the technical landscape? So if I push that, I'm going to skip around. I'm going to go to Sandra. We're going to go just rogue here. Sandra, how do you see it transforming the industry as we start to move forward? And it isn't just trends, but how it's transforming the way that we work.
Well, what I'm seeing is something that we were seeing before is like we are finding actually how to use it like everywhere, right? Maybe overestimating it a little bit, like that it can solve more things that it should. But I'm pretty sure that in some parts it's going to be useful, and the differentiator maybe is like here we can test and fail faster. It's like the difference maybe for me, because it helps us like to the iterations that maybe before it could take us 4 months or something around that. Now we can have like in 4 weeks, just like in a POC. It's not something in the productive side, right? But at least we can test and fail faster. That doesn't mean that the other process is going to be the same velocity, because we know that is not. But at least this first stage is going to change, or is changing already the way that we do a lot of things. And as I was saying, that we find it everywhere. It's somehow it's making it easier for developers also. But in other cases, I think it is making it like difficult to understand how to use it, right? Because it's, okay, I have to put it here. I'm not sure how. So we have like some skeptic part of the technology guys that they don't really want to use the technology. It's something like they don't believe on that. And others that are starting to understand or trying to see how to put it as part of their processes or day-to-day activities, right? So I think that's part of the difference. Just to give short answer, velocity is going to be for me the answer to your question. I think that's the way that is changing our way of doing technology.
Chairdeep, how do you think it's going to transform our industry and the way that we work?
Yeah, velocity is a very important term that, like Sandra said, everything's just going to get faster. Like previously, you want to do, like, say, sentiment analysis on your data. You throw it over to the ML team, the data science team, that said, okay, we'll come back in 6 months. But today you can just test it out right now and, get some answers in a week. So that's very important. The other thing is I'm seeing more democratization. Like I was talking to a small business that was catering to healthcare, small healthcare. And they said that just regular doctors are saying, hey, I can use this to simplify my nurse's job. Can you develop an app? I have this, these kind of workflows in mind. And so I'm finding that, regular people who would never think about building software are now thinking, hey, something can solve my problem for me tomorrow. So that's encouraging.
Incredible. Ryan.
Yeah, I think just to get a little bit specific, I think the power for information retrieval, is a place where Gen AI it's where it really actually shines. Like so much of these things like code completion and other things are forms of it and very specialized. But I think everything that we're hearing from Sandra and Joydeep is really in that space of like, wow, the average user suddenly can ask questions of or experiment with information, not just data in the way we traditionally think about it. And I think that's really important because it allows us, I think a lot of organizations, a lot of technical organizations and other organizations are slowed down by the relatively hidden practice of people keeping information to themselves, right? And sort of needing to be experts. And so I think that there's a huge potential unlock in that democratization of information, which pushes us, of course, you need to have the information in a clean and fairly accurate form, and it needs to get into the right applications to be able to use it. But as Joydeep said a couple of times, there's a bunch of types of applications that require correct answers and they require processes to be accurate. And that's really not what Gen AI is good at. What Gen AI is good at is getting close to things that humans would have really had a hard time doing, but not actually getting them exactly right. And so I think that the transformation in getting information quickly, I think might finally be seeing the enterprise search we've been hoping for 20 years. Because when the right data gets into, a RAG style application, like what Gen AI will generate and kind of point you to is really phenomenal. I think it's really an order of magnitude or more faster than what we had in the past. But then, like we've been talking about, you have to be able to put that into your overall system and make sure that the right people are still in the loop to make sure that you can consume the results of that. So on the good side, having the right information at the right time might help us to build the right products faster and build types of products we hadn't quite imagined. Then our teams have to be ready to build those products, right? So to your point earlier about jobs, I think it's extremely probable that Gen AI is going to generate a lot, and no pun intended, it's going to generate a lot more potential work to do, which means that suddenly we need to be better at planning, we need to be better at budgeting, we need to be better at monitoring the work that we do. And, and we need to we're going to, as engineering organizations, probably look less effective as suddenly expectations go up, right? That all of the business users all of a sudden think that they could just that everything's easy, because suddenly they get information in a way that they never could. And so their decision making maybe has been accelerated significantly, but still the burden of building software that works and that's safe, et cetera, is not going to get that much easier in my view. So I think that transformation is a kind of a subtle one that might be a bit of a problem for us, is, user expectations are going to continue to go up while engineering is still going to remain challenging, and it's going to get faster, but I don't think it's going to get as fast as people's expectations will grow.
So with the accelerated advancement and all that's out there, how do you, each of you, stay up on the newest trends and the newest products around Gen AI? And I'm going to start again with Ryan here.
I have a distinct advantage as working for this global consultancy that has so many really, really smart people like working in all different areas, that we just, we have a great culture of sharing internally to our organization. So for me, a lot of what I do is just trolling chat channels and other things that we have internally, where there are people all over the world that are innovating and or working with clients who are innovating. And so that's it's an unfair advantage, to have 10,000 really, really passionate technologists all playing with this stuff and all talking to each other in forums that we have internally. Otherwise, I think, the thing that I think is really important is to try to find credible communities where people are talking about the tools. As a technologist, a lot of the core tools that are emerging, it's interesting to be in technical forums, listening to what are people using, finding to work. People that are in the technical domain. I think it's important to stay away from all of the high level. Now there's just a flurry of mumbo jumbo from all of the high level executive magazines about Gen AI, and everybody's saying the same thing over and over. So I think it's at least for technologists to dig into technical forums and really listening to practitioners, talking about their experiences is a slightly more, it's a little bit more chasing than we used to have to do, but I think that it's still a much smaller audience and a much higher quality of information that goes through.
To get past that marketing and that unbiased view, I think is really, really difficult. I will agree with that. Yes. Sandra.
Well, similar to Ryan, we have a big community internally in the company. Being 16,000 people is easier to catch everything that is happening. Particularly in the tech side, we have chats and communities where we are sharing everything that is coming. I also like to assist to some conferences, like sharing knowledge from other companies as well, so we can catch what they are doing. And as I was saying before, our internal users are very demanding. So that's the way sometimes they find things that are very new in the market, or things that are being tested. So they came to us, and well, that's one of the sources that I have to get new knowledge as well.
Sure, Deep, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area bubble, and definitely the hype has far outrun the actual capabilities. I do attend a lot
Everyone
of
moved
meetups.
back, didn't they,
Yeah.
after the pandemic, and just started doing AI. That's what
Yeah,
happened.
that's right.
Yeah, I attended quite a few meetups, try and meet the people who are actually, doing stuff in the field. But I find Twitter quite a great source of knowledge, at least the cutting edge research that's coming out. People are highlighting, there's probably like 100 papers published a day. There's no way to keep up. So some kind of filtering by these Twitter influencers really helps me.
Excellent, excellent. So we're kind of winding down to our last little bit in this. I would love to know, start with each one of you here on kind of your last thoughts, anything that we didn't cover. I'll start with Ryan again. What do you feel like what is that takeaway that you think everyone should have as they've sat in and listened to us for the last 50 minutes or so?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big takeaway for me is again, everything we've been talking about. There are a lot of challenges, a lot of opportunities. I think companies really need to invest. Like, there are many organizations that I still see are not, I see a lot of enterprises, and a lot of them are still just dipping the toe in the water, or even still kind of sitting on the sidelines doing the easy things. And I think any organization that has any scale, like, like Mercado Libre, if you've got thousands or tens of thousands of developers, I think you'd be crazy not to really dive in and establish internally teams that are there, whose job is to do some of the sifting through both what's happening inside your organization, what's happening in the market. Keeping up to date it's a full-time job, and assuming every engineer is going to do it, or even all people are going to do it, would be a huge mistake. I think you need to establish that kind of operating model, a team that owns making Gen AI work for the organization, and then also can start to shepherd, the build out of internal platforms that allow for keeping the above the LLMs, keeping the apps that you build safe, keeping them secure. All of those things require investment, and I think for now, at least, I would tend to want to make some centralized investment to try to accelerate that, and not assume, as we often do, that democratize and let everybody go learn, but also really make sure that you're capturing that learning, and that you're making it usable, teaching and sharing things that are working across the organization. I think that's really the thing that we need to see a lot more of if people want to get the best out of the Gen AI investments that they're going to make.
And put in some guardrails to make sure that it's a protected investment.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Sandra.
I could repeat everything that Ryan just mentioned, so I'm gonna go another direction, but something related to what you mentioned before regarding the jobs, right? So as we are seeing it, it's more a transformation. So right now, maybe there can be some jobs that are going to change more than others, but we are seeing this kind of investment is how to take away some of the day-to-day things that people is doing in order to make them do things that give more value to the company, and not only for developers, right? Also for legal people, for example. So for me, seeing in these conferences that I was saying before, seeing lawyers there, seeing doctors there, seeing people that normally is not part of this community, I think that's like the most I think that like the best things that these technology is giving us, right? Like not only for them to use it, but also to give ideas, because at the end, you all always are going to be needing the expert on the product or the solution to define it. So right now it's going to be, as I said before, multidisciplinary teams, but making it easier to understand what you need and how you're going to be building that. I think that's going to be a difference. So at the end, it's like transformation is my takeaway.
Yep. I come from very old school database administrators, mainframe, and it's funny how we've been watching them kind of evolve and change. And most of them were told your jobs wouldn't exist. And now I'm like, we just have new titles. You know, it's not just me saying, well, I'm a director now. No, they're site reliability engineers, they're data governance people, they're data scientists. They're just moving in a new direction. They're like, we don't have DBAs anymore. And it's like, no, you just evolved their careers as technology changes. It's just same bat channel, different bat name. I mean, that's just kind of how it went. And a lot of people had to accept that, understand that. It wasn't that we're getting rid of things and those jobs were going away. The jobs have evolved. So we do too. Chirdeep?
Yeah, I'd like to take Ryan's message and address it to the individual developer or a small team that's thinking about it. Yeah, don't stay on the sidelines. Jump with your feet right in, not with a small application. Take those. There's some great courses out there to learn prompt engineering, to learn the right way to avoid hallucinations, etc. A lot of knowledge has been shared out there, so if you don't do it, your competition is going to do it. So might as well get started with it.
It is interesting as I see so many different customers that I work with every day that wants AI into their solutions and building it out. And they are very concerned about what their competitor is doing, no matter if we're looking at fintech, healthcare, retail, anything in the public sector, as well as even, private sector. I mean, it's very fascinating as we watch everybody move forward. So we're kind of at their end here. I really want to thank everybody involved. Ryan, Sandra, Chirdeep, you guys were awesome. This was a great session. I think we had a great time, great topics. Conversation was excellent. I hope everybody is enjoying their day at the event. And I want to thank everybody for joining us and have a continued awesome event for the rest of the day here.
Thanks,
Colin.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome everyone. So I was stealing paper from the copier as you do at the office, and I grabbed the adjacent. Today I get to do, and I just put one big thing, learn from y'all. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm Jen Riggins. I am your guide and host. And I think it would only be appropriate to those on the West Coast that in introducing yourselves for this discussion, I think we should go from the latest in the day to the earliest in the day. So I'm going to say Laura, Helen, then Abby, then Catherine, then Akshaya. Just so y'all, you've got your, thank you everyone for joining at all times of day. So if you can introduce yourself, and then if you can also, just as kind of a warm-up question, what's the most interesting question you have asked a developer on a team? So, yeah.
Okay, I will start because it is in fact 4:30 p.m. and you know, my day's almost over. So those of you who are just needing some coffee and bagels, you have a little bit more time to warm your brains up. I'm Laura Taco. I'm the CTO at DX. DX is a developer experience company. We help thousands of engineering leaders measure and improve developer productivity. I have personally been working in developer tools, CI/CD infrastructure, containers, distributed systems for 13 years now, I think. I did the math. And so I love developer tooling and platform engineering back before it was called platform engineering. Yeah, and I'm super excited to have this conversation with 5 extra really smart people. So Helen, I'll pass to you. Oh, sorry, my question. I think the most interesting questions have the most interesting answers. And so one that I like to ask is, what have you tried already? Because I'm always surprised.
Thank you, Laura. Hi, everyone. I'm Helen Grill, and I work within Platform Unit at Spotify, where I lead the team working on Backstage, the project that has put internal developer portals on the map and established them as a product category. And I'm excited to be here today to talk about that in context of platform engineering and developer experience, since IDPs became an essential part of that story. And I'm truly grateful and humbled to be sitting next to some of the role models that I've admired and followed for so long. So sending some extra love to my co-panelists today. When it comes to the question that I oftentimes ask developers, it's not the flashiest one, but probably the one that gave me the most insights, is what needs fixing. Developers are not shy to respond to that question, and they're like really good at providing constructive criticism and advice. So I would go for that one. And with that, I'm going to pass it to Abby.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is just such a nice panel to be a part of. Some familiar faces to me and some very exciting new faces to have joined. So glad to be here. I am a principal engineer at Syntasso, where we're building a platform orchestration framework and toolbox called Cradix. I'm also just sort of around with a lot of things in the community. I love the kind of socio-technical side of platforms. So I'm part CNCF platforms working group and ambassador, and part team topologies advocate. And I just like being a part of these communities that see platform engineering as a bigger thing than just implementing tech. As for questions, I was thinking about this because my background is actually a quality analyst or QA in my early career days. And I think my favorite thing was to be reminded a few years after I'd left a project that people were still asking themselves, what would Abby ask? Before considering a story done. And I think a lot of times what I would just be asking is, but how will we know? How will we know if it's successful? How will we know if it's failed? How will we know? And that often led to a lot of really great observability and other outcomes. So, yeah.
All right. I'll go next. I'm Catherine Kohler. I am the Director of Developer Productivity at Netflix. I hopefully don't have to explain what Netflix does, which is the one easy thing about working there. I am passionate about developer productivity and developer enablement. I very much love working in a position within an organization that is so high leverage, where you can immediately see the impact of the work that you do. And the question I like to ask is largely around like, what work excites you? Because retention and having people stay and continue to work on their, not everything can be amazing that we work on all the time, but making sure that some part of that is captured in their day-to-day is where I like to poke. And I'll go over to Akshaya.
Thanks, Catherine. Hi, everyone. My name is Akshaya. I have worked all over the stack, actually, but stuck around with platform and infrastructure for the longest time, because that's where all the cool stuff happens. But yeah, I'm currently a CTO at United, but I also I'm working on some cool stuff in the background. I advise AI startups as well, and across different domains. And I think that keeps me very up to date with the changing AI landscape. Regarding the most interesting question, well, gosh, there are so many questions, but I always get this water cooler talk started at anywhere I go, actually. I ask people, how do you feel about the integration of AI tools like GitHub Copilot in your code review process, and what impact do you think that could have on improving both the quality and the efficiency of the code reviews? And I think this conversation usually lasts for 1 hour or 2 hours, depending on who the person is. But yeah.
Yeah, all of them are quite qualitative questions, open-ended, which is a really great way to start. I'm not sure if it scales, but I think it's really good. And it's all about conversation. So that's what we're here today. If you're just joining, we're talking about actually measuring developer productivity and measuring developer experience, which is a qualitative and quantitative journey. But if we're building things for developers, it may be interesting to see if they like it and to see if they want to stick around at your company, and because they're your customers. So for those that maybe you're just joining and missed this whole fantastic week of PlatformCon, but don't worry, you didn't miss it. Well, maybe you missed the London one for a bit, but everything else is on the YouTube. So definitely check it out. But how do we define platform engineering, and what makes it so different from all that other software that our customers are building?
Well, I kick it off. I know we're also polite here. I think this might be the problem with having an all-women panel.
Awesome.
Anyway, we call platform engineering central engineering. It's, for us, teams that are responsible for internal tooling, infrastructure, platforms, things that our customers use day to day to abstract away the isms of the organization. So things that they can extend and build upon, things that remove all of the heavy lifting that you need to do within the organization to get online, to start deploying things, to get your business logic pushed out to the world. So that's how we define it.
Yeah, I think one of the really interesting things of what you're saying is that it does usually stay internal to an organization, right? And what that means is that there is a finite group of people that you're going to be targeting. And in some cases, that might be tens of thousands of people. Just to be clear, this isn't a very small group in some organizations, but there's still a very finite group. And they are a captive audience, whether or not you want to treat them like customers that you need to kind of court and bring into your product. The reality is it's a finite group that is captive. And so sometimes some of the ways in which we build that software reflects that reality. But one of the really good things is that I'd say business goals are pretty evergreen, right? The ability to be more efficient, be faster, be, safer in how you deliver, save money on the building side and increase revenue on the selling side is things that it's going to be true for businesses for years on end. And so you can set North Stars really easily on internal platforms, because those are things that are going to be true for your organization, and your priorities might shift a little bit, but those are going to be true probably for quite a durable period of time. So,
but platforms have been around as long as software. So why now? Why is this happening now? Why do we have this big old conference about it?
I think I'll just say, I think that part of it is we go in cycles, and we often see ourselves coming back as we've unlocked other constraints. So there's things around like containerization of workloads, there's things around orchestration across diverse infrastructure, there's things around testability and isolation of work that are all things that have been iteratively getting better over the course of the last decade or so, that I think is now being fed into another rejuvenation of an investment in platform building that we're seeing apply. So absolutely, platforms have been around as long as software. PaaSes have got great popularity 10 to 15 years ago. So this is definitely not new, but we're just seeing some of those enhancements and positive works in other areas of the industry feed back in now to building internal platforms, in my opinion.
So
I just,
Akshaya,
sorry, my internet is kind of slow today, but I just wanted to say, I echo everything that was said earlier, but people were like a decade ago, the engineering teams were still evolving, and at that time, everybody tried to do everything. But over the period of time, I think the scope of the platform engineering team just diverged quite a lot on building and maintaining the foundational infrastructure and services that support the entire development life, as opposed to other functions like application development or mobile engineering, or focus on front end and specific software products, right? So, I was building something firsthand for Intuit at that time, and we were doing everything: mobile engineering, platform engineering, cloud storage, database, and it was like the lack of the customer actually changed too. So the primary users became all the horizontal teams internal to that company, versus application teams that saw like customers coming in from everywhere, from external companies, who they interact, what do they do for software products. And over the period of time, platform engineering teams basically became those teams that provision infrastructure, CI/CD, monitoring, logging, self-service tools, all the good stuff that everybody sees in the all over the company and elsewhere. But application teams and other teams still evolved into more feature or API testing and that level. But yeah, the scope of with the advent of AI and the changing regulatory landscape, supporting horizontal teams also involved standardization, efficiency, scalability, keeping up to date with everything that's happening. So I would say platform infrastructure, people have lots more work to do now than a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and I tend to blame, I guess, Kubernetes for that revolution. That probably happened around 2015, when like the whole thing of like containerized applications exploded, and that deepened the whole stack. And I guess what I'm just trying to see right now, if like similar thing would happen with like introduction of all sorts of AI assistants and tools, is that the same kind of thing, or is that different? And I guess that's like nobody really knows at this point, but we might be approaching like another steep sort of curve like that.
Yeah, I think 15 years ago, it wasn't reasonable that a web developer would need to go mess around in the kernel or provision their own infrastructure. But now that's like a totally normal thing. And so we had, like Abby said, we have like all these little small fragmented tools, and then we consolidate, and then that problem set is fairly solved, and then we have to go innovate in all these other small fragmented tools, and then we consolidate again. And sometimes that cycle takes 5 years, and sometimes it takes 10 years. But remember, like AWS cloud computing like could barely drive a car in Europe. It's not, it's like, you know, in container years, it's a long time ago, but it actually hasn't been that long since more massive adoption and for this fragmentation to have to come back to a point of consolidation, which is what I think we're seeing now. Because now we have, now that problem of fragmentation causes pain in our orgs. And so we need an in-house team to do it in a better way, in a more platform as a product kind of way.
Yeah. For the companies that are lucky enough to have enough folks to have that internal team. But I love that visual of expand and then contract. It's kind of like an accordion, you know?
It's very interesting though, because they kind of need it. Even the little teams, especially. I've spoken to teams of 20 or 30 that really are doing platform engineering first, if that's a strategy, or we can coin it today. And I think part of that is doing more with less. And I don't just want to focus on the staff side, but it's also, we are all guilty as individuals, including for a couple companies in the room, of having subscription fatigue. And with that in mind, so do companies with SaaS and cloud providers. And let's be honest, a developer shouldn't be expected to know all this, but especially they may not be the best at managing it. AWS is likely better at managing your cloud more efficiently than a developer training on that. That's not delivering value to the end user. So how do you make sure you're building for this internal customer? Because I do think we may be going towards that pendulum from autonomy to consolidation, but they are still your customers. So it's not, we're consolidating, but we're not forcing them. So it is still giving them some autonomy. So how do we treat them as a customer?
We have a very strong culture within Netflix of freedom and responsibility. And as a platform team, that keeps you on your heels, or on your toes, not on your heels, making sure that you're building the right thing for the customer and staying close to the customer throughout that experience, because they could pick something else, or they could go and build on their own, which is exactly the anti-pattern that we don't want to see, because it's not very scalable, and it's not very cost effective either. So making sure that we are really understanding the customer's needs, not just the customer's wants, but what do they truly need to get their work done, and staying super close to them as we're going through our development process. And if they start to diverge from what we call the paved path or the paved road, try to move them back onto it and really sell the implications. And what do you get for free effectively by being on our platforms? So we have to be delightful, or as close to delightful as we can be in what we own and operate, so that we can ensure that people want to use it.
How do you distinguish between a need and a want?
Oh, goodness. That's where I bring along my handy product manager. Well, it's really iterating, giving it to folks, seeing if they're actually finding utility, and having some good metrics around, is it sticky? Are they adopting it? If not, adjusting relatively quickly to identify. People are really great at saying what's painful and what they don't like, but it's really hard to articulate what will fill that gap or what will close that customer gap for people. So really staying close and watching how people are engaging with your products is important.
Yeah, big +1 to hidden people with carrots, I guess, and just like making it as good that they would chase you for more. But I guess like gamifying also goes a long way when it comes to like strategy. Who doesn't want a green check on a scorecard, right? Like there is a certain appeal to that, and that's what we heavily use. But when it's like not helping, and our standards are also quite high when it comes to internal tools adoption. If it's less than 90%, then something isn't working. Then it's hurting our defragmentation goals. So we're really, really keen on like getting certain things to adoption. And when it comes to adoption, inner sourcing is also like quite powerful tool, because it's not only like, it's not platform's code, it's Spotify's code. So if something like isn't quite working for you, you might as well submit a PR, or like just, yeah, make your feedback be heard in that way. So, yeah.
I think one ++1 to feedback. But yeah, that was a core success of why some tools basically ended up with better adoption, like continuous feedback loop. I don't think we could do anything without co-design session, collaborative development. That was a part of the process. We also used to release the beta testing to a group of internal developers before we release anything elsewhere. Primarily, at other places where I worked, like GitHub. And every time we did that, we gathered accuracy, usefulness, bugs, encounter, like all the stuff that could go into the roadmap. And later on, we factored in empathy and understanding actually into this equation, because when we started doing surveys across a cross section of internal developers to understand their specific workflow and how certain tools could be tailored to fit into their process, we truly began shadowing internal developers at that time, and then see how they used the tools, whether it's Copilot or something else, to identify any friction point or areas where it could be more helpful. And to answer the other question, the need versus want, I would say, just look at the consequence of absence there. So think about what would happen if this functionality or this thing did not exist, or this tool did not exist. Would it lead to operational inefficiency, or would it increase your risk or failure? If you check the box for everything, then definitely it's a need. But if it leads to missed opportunity or minor optimizations, it just goes back into the thing that my PM would like to hear is factor in stakeholder feedback, right? So a need, according to them, would primarily surround like high priority items that is required by multiple stakeholders. I think that's the more conventional way, but yeah, I look at infrastructure resilience and a bunch of other things before we actually think about putting it in a roadmap.
I think sorry, Laura. I think you went off mute before. Go first.
Okay. Well, I was going to say something about what you said, Abby, about the captive audience, and I think it's such a unique piece of platform engineering, because on one hand, it is a captive audience. They don't have another choice, but do they? And I think Catherine had mentioned something about this population being very hard to please. And when you think about it, like, professional chefs don't fill their dining rooms with other professional chefs who know that they can just go build or go make something just as delicious, or be tempted to not eat the restaurant food because they know they can make food just as good at home. And so I think the point about captive audience is so critical, because it's not just a captive audience, but it's one of your peers who have the tools and the skills and maybe not the remit, but they will do it anyway to go build something on their own.
Mm-hmm.
And so you really need to be on the pulse of whether this is filling the need, filling the want, delightful to use. I'm so glad, Catherine, that you mentioned that, because there is opportunity abounds to go build something different, and that fragmentation can be really hurtful. Also, that 90% adoption, that is outrageous. That is so much higher than any other tool, or not even a tool, any other business does not strive for 90% adoption from their user base. And so that's really just a testament to how high the stakes are when it comes to building and solving these particular problems. It's really difficult. It's really difficult.
That 90% is so hard as well, because while they might all be professional chefs, some are Michelin star style, some are, the food truck on the corner style, and everything in between, when you're thinking about it in that kind of way. And we're all humans, and we all have different levels of adoption on the adoption curve, right? And technologists tend to be closer to innovators and early adopters by natural tendency, but that is not 100% of technologists. We're still humans. There are still people who are late adopters, late majority, and so on. And that's true of our organizations and our colleagues who will be using the platform. So what I'm seeing really interesting in the trends today is this idea that a monolithic solution that is going to capture 90% of our engineers with a single swipe is unlikely. So what we're trying to build is this sort of composition and decomposition idea where people can sort of enter at the abstraction layer that's right for them. Yet it's all still sort of similarly managed, similarly kind of operationalized, so that even if people are choosing not to take the one button click top level abstraction solution, the pieces they're pulling in together to be able to build their more custom need Michelin star style chef solution are still on the golden path of the organization. They're still secure by the organization. They're still cost optimized by the organization and supported by the operational challenges that the organization's trying to offload from the application developers. So
really well said.
And yet nothing you all described sounds easy to measure. We're not just talking about, most platforms before platform engineering have really just focused on one of the three legs of an organization, the technology. Now we're talking people and processes. We're talking a lot of conversations and qualitative interviews. Plus we're talking quantitative. Plus it's completely, and I've probably interviewed 100 teams now about their platform engineering, and it can range no matter on the size or impact of the company, from like a one person at Pipedrive to 5 Intercom to Lord knows how many at Google that are, thank goodness they're open sourcing this investment, and all y'all companies are open sourcing what you're learning and sharing those ideas. But that's a lot. So really, what are we supposed to be measuring, and how do we know if it's successful or not, especially when we're bootstrapping or scrapping together a platform team? Or what I'm seeing a lot of, since I saw the whole audience at London at PlatformCon London raise their hand saying they had a platform team of like 6 or more people, but that they were at the beginning of their journey, which makes me think they were probably a rebranded platform team that was something else before. So what do we measure? Please tell.
I will jump in here quickly. I think one of the fundamental questions that a lot of teams skip over is that we're going right to the measurements and we're not thinking about what productivity actually means for our companies. Because I can guarantee that productivity at Netflix is quite different from Akshaya's new super secret stealth startup. They're operating on such a massively different scale. And so to copy and paste Catherine's list of productivity measurements and put it onto a smaller company just doesn't make sense. Like, my personal trainer runs ultra marathons. I feel great because I ran a 5K yesterday. It would be absurd for me to feel bad about myself because, oh, thank you, to feel bad about myself or try to hit her goals. It's all about context. And I've worked with hundreds and hundreds of organizations and leaders. And when someone comes to me is like, oh, we did this and it didn't really work, and can you help us kind of trace back some of the stuff and kind of do it over again? Guaranteed that they did not have the question of what does productivity actually mean for our company, for this part of our company, in the size and stage and the current financial goals that we have. Context is so important. And so start there, have that conversation, and then we can figure out, given that set of that worldview, what signals might you seek out in order to confirm that you're on the right track, or to be able to know when you're on the wrong track, a la what would Abby ask? When do you know when it's broken?
Yeah. Laura, I love that so much. We use 2 words within Netflix productivity. Do we simplify and do we accelerate? And what are the measures around those things that we can apply, which is highly, highly contextual and kind of a profound question, right? Did we reduce your toil in what we just built? Did we make this thing faster for you? So I love the context awareness. It is so different. And congrats on your 5K. Crushing it. Crushing
Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, I think I know that every engineering leader is hey, we don't have a lot of time. We want to have a list of stuff that we can take away, because maybe it's Dora metrics that just trained us here's the list of stuff to go measure. Or there's so many other parts that are, code is right or it's wrong. It tests pass or it doesn't, it compiles or it doesn't. And we look for that same thing with productivity. But to Jen's point, this is not just touching technology. touching people and process and a lot of things that are messy and irrational. And so when we try to apply the same principles as we would to like our Kubernetes cluster onto these big organizational problems, we just end up kind of wasting time and on the wrong track.
Yeah, I think that point about did we like accelerate or are we reducing toil is actually, I was watching some other PlatformCon talks earlier this week, and there was one by Ralph Huck that spoke about the fact that businesses are always trying to either increase revenue or decrease costs at a business level, right? Every OKR, every goal that boils down to this. And I think that's what is true of platforms as well. You're trying to increase speed to therefore support increased revenue or decrease costs, decrease friction to reduce that cost of delivery. And I think that's really great. But when thinking about like concretely what to measure, I also really liked a talk by Max Griffiths when he gave some concrete examples of specifically leading indicators, because I think what we often are looking for is the easiest thing to measure rather than the thing that is actually fighting an uphill battle sometimes to get measurement of, to Laura's point, the right thing, the thing that actually measures the productivity in reference to our context and our organization. And that can take a lot of investment to get measurements that aren't just poor proxies, but actually genuinely pushing forward the business. And so when talking about what to measure, I think I'm hard pressed to give you like, if you measure this one thing, you too will be successful in platform engineering. But keeping in mind the types of measurements, qualitative, quantitative, bringing those together, and leading and lagging, and individual and team, and org level and product level. These are what you're going to need to balance to have a smattering that all pull in the same direction when they get balanced together, I think.
Avoid the folly of the unicorn metric.
Yeah.
Yes.
So how productive do you feel in your work this week is not a bad trending metric to have across the board. I just wanted to share, because I know we have a mix of an audience, and what leading and lagging metric I really love from one of Helen's colleagues, Lauren Plus. Sorry if my French is shit, it is. And I just thought how Spotify connects their platform leading actionable metrics to their lagging value creation metrics, which is like their OKRs. So Spotify has a top OKR of increased Spotify user satisfaction, which of course we know does affect the bottom line, retention. So they've taken, and so we're starting over here on the lagging, let me move the pencil from my eye, value creation, and then moving down. Okay, time to recovery directly affects Spotify user satisfaction. Then SRE, software site reliability engineering, software reliability efficiency directly affects time to recovery. So now we're getting a little more measurable, a little more leading, a little more actionable. And then you have all the way at the leading metric, the actionable metric is the latency of logs ingestion. So if at the platform level, they're focusing on that, they are connecting their platform goals all the way up to the business goals, which, by the way, we saw in the last year, companies that didn't cut their platform teams because it is initial expense. So you have to connect to business goals. And that's another, not to put more pressure on the platform teams, but that's another job of platform team, is to be kind of a translator from engineering to the business side. So I just wanted to translate some terms for the audience. Back to y'all. So what else are we
Super
measuring?
helpful. Super helpful. Thank you for that. And hi, Lauren, who is now working in Gradle, by the way, having a great time there. But yeah, hard plus one on like in the current economy, it's really, really vital to be able to express the value of platform organization. That's something that we practice quite often between like the platform leadership and executive leadership. And it's like super hard to convey the value of like wait time on the PR, because like it's not really what resonates at that level. But if you're able to connect like a leading and the lagging indicator of like something like a wait time to PR and connect that to like time to market for a feature, this is where like the gold really lies for like conveying the value of the platform. Something like an angle that I really wanted to highlight in terms of like what's helpful to measure when it comes to success of the platform is really the degree of self-serve. as like one of the big indicators that like your platform strategy is successful. Like what's the reduction in onboarding time? Do you see any reduction in onboarding time, provisioning time, time to production? Those types of things are really, really big indicators that you're onto something and you're going in the right direction.
How many organizations are truly measuring how long it takes to onboard someone? I'm assuming the Netflix and Spotify's are, but I am curious. I think it's a wonderful thing, and I think the idea of focusing on specifically your new joiners and making them more effective is a great first area. What are some other areas we should be measuring? Because there's so many.
Like I said earlier, and to what Laura alluded and everybody else has been saying, it's different, Jennifer, when you talked about bootstrapping. it's so different when it's a startup versus a developer ecosystem of 150, 160 million developers. It's so different. We do measure onboarding efficiency because that directly relates to time to productivity. And we also look at cycle times, the deployment frequency, the lead time for changes, the MTTR is so mainstream. So yeah, but the change failure rate, all of that. But even when it comes to determining, some organizations or companies are more, cognizant about the cost and how much you're spending, people, time, process, technology. So we also look at, scalability and adoption and resource utilization. And with the AI coming in, everything is about the tools, GPS, the flexibility, the adoption rate, usage patterns. Oh my God, like I can go on and on. But yeah, people are talking more about scalability and system performance now than a couple of months ago, I would say, as per my observation. But yeah.
Is there anything we shouldn't measure?
Yeah, I put lines of code. That's not a great way to measure people's productivity, right? That sort of harkens back to the early aughts or the late 90s, or like time in seat or lines of code. It's just activity, which gives you terrible signal and also disincentivizes good behavior. So yeah, those really straightforward metrics are stupid.
Your summary of your summary of activity is spot on, right? It's outcomes over activity. But I think aside from just activity as a summary of those kinds of metrics, what we're also looking at there is creation. Mm-hmm. And I think we often talk about the fact that writing code is a lot easier than reading code or, debugging code and extending code. And I think that I'm going to keep banging on this drum as we slowly, I think, as an industry, start talking about day 2 when talking about platform engineering a little bit more. We're getting there. We're getting over that hill a bit. But the ability to create a brand new microservice or onboard a new engineer is only valuable if that's something that you do on the regular. If you hire an engineer a month, is that the thing that matters? Like highest priority or even less frequently than that? If you have a new microservice every 6 months or so, is that the thing that you need to optimize? Or are you optimizing for possibly hundreds of other services that are out of date and presenting security risks or unable to be updated due to deployment things and things? So I think one of the big things I'd love to see us measure better is that day 2, how far out of date is our services? How, when was the last time everything got updated? Is something still buildable and updatable, and how long does it take for us to find out where we're impacted by security faults or performance faults or other things, and then manage those updates? So
yeah, I love a good developer experience survey. I think one of the downfalls of them, if they're only capturing sentiment, is that surprisingly, it's not always the lowest sentiment thing that developers would prioritize to fix first.
Yeah.
And so there are some aspects of the developer experience, for example, documentation, that is consistently mediocre when it comes to sentiment, just because documentation is really hard to do well. Everyone wants to do documentation better. Surprise, giving people more time to write documentation isn't a whole documentation strategy. There's just so much work to do there. But so you might look at documentation being super low and think, okay, well, that's the thing we're going to fix first, when actually there's something that's like, 75% satisfaction that you could probably take to 90. And that's going to be the thing that actually unclogs whatever is stuck. So sentiment and priority together can offer some very interesting things. And also looking at frequency, it's the same thing you would do in triaging customer issues. Like severity and frequency are things that you want to take into consideration in that, put your product manager hat on or work with your product manager, because I do believe that platform teams should have product managers, but they can help make sense of the world here so that you're spending your money in the form of developer time in the right places to have the biggest impact without getting distracted by a low sentiment score on a survey somewhere.
Yeah.
How are we running these surveys?
Sorry?
How are we running these surveys? How are we measuring? How often are we measuring? Do developers like surveys?
Generally, no. Survey fatigue is a real thing. Developers don't like surveys that are not useful for them. So DX, our product is a survey. We design it with the founder of Dora, like developer productivity people. Our surveys consistently have like 90 to 95% sustained participation rate. When I have in my previous roles run engagement surveys or just DevX surveys, like we're talking maybe 25%, maybe 50% if you're really hardcore with like pinging people on Slack. But that is a barrier to using qualitative data, which is why a lot of engineering leaders will just go to quantitative data because you don't need participation. The hard part is, though, that quantitative data, it's like unobtrusive. You can measure things unobtrusively, but you can't change them that way. And so that's really the sticking part, is that you need your team to be involved. And if you want to change stuff, you kind of have to change the way that you measure to capture the developers and bring them into the fold. I would love to hear from the other 4 practitioners who you have your own teams, and I would love to know what's been successful for you when it comes to actually measuring.
Surveys are so hard, and the responses are so varied based on, has the person had their coffee or not in the morning, or did something just not work for them, right? So getting the right questions in there where you're really drilling down to what's important, making sure that you're not doing it too frequently, but you're doing it frequently enough where you're not missing big holes in company sentiment and things like that, but also just doing more focused conversations with customer groups. We are so lucky to have people inside the building, right? Like, why rely strictly on a survey when you can just, hey, you know what? How are we doing? How are we doing with this particular group? We just rolled this thing out. And then also closing the loop when you get survey responses on something, show people that you're listening and making a difference so they know that their word has weight.
I think using different channels for feedback is a definite +1, because we can also track over the period of time how things went. I would even say, even with incentivizing the participation, rewards, quarterly surveys, people still don't take it. What really worked for us was basically getting the feedback from the customers, but also retrospectives, one-on-ones, feedback tools that we integrated into development workflows, and keeping it short and on a scale of 1 to 10, how much are you happy with or satisfied with our CI/CD pipeline? How do you encounter blockers? Just 1 or 2 questions, and keep collecting consistent questions that relate to that over a period of time to measure it, because it's not just a one-off measurement.
Yeah, I think, Laura, you said something in one of your recent talks that like measuring and acting is not the same thing. And honestly, like I want a tattoo with that somewhere where people can see it, because it's so freaking damn important. And there is a particular question that we ask in our engineering survey that clearly shows that commitment is basically, do you agree with the statement that meaningful action will be done as a result of this survey? And whatever metric we're using, we ensure that like people know that we're measuring it to improve their experience. And I guess lucky to us, like the sentiment is mostly positive at Spotify. So there is sort of belief that the action will be taken. But to me, this is like maybe the secret ingredient to a successful survey, just like leadership commitment to action.
And that's almost measuring trust. I think that's a very interesting measurement. Do you trust that we're doing a good job? That is a serious NPS, but do you trust that we're actually listening is probably something a lot of managers should be measured on as well. Catherine, you had told me, I don't know when we last spoke and we're last interviewing about Netflix, and this is a Netflix, but we should all have these goals. I remember one of the questions I believe you have is, if you left Netflix, would you miss our tooling, or would you be sad to leave our tooling? Which I think is just a beautiful goal for a lot.
And hopefully a great retainer for top talent. Right? Yeah. How devastated would you be to walk away from this tooling?
So one thing we didn't talk about is, how are we measuring? How are we looking at information? So are we measuring individuals? I thought it was important to mention that one. At what levels are we measuring these things?
For me personally, I think individual measurement is something left best to the manager of that team, and having them be an informed leader and seeing what's going on. What I'm looking for is measuring outcomes for folks, like how impactful is what we're creating, how impactful is it in the lives of the teams that we're supporting. So get away from the very fine-grained and leave that kind of individualistic measurements up to the manager and how they're performance managing and growing their teams.
And as we hit this, what Abby calls the day 2 of platform engineering for some of us, is this just for engineers? Is platform engineering for broader tech organizations, for data scientists, for HR reps? Who's it for? Abby's all shaking her head, so please answer.
Yeah, no, I think platform engineering right now is all about application developers. I mean, the whole industry is all about application developers. When you say developer experience, people immediately assume you're talking about a software application developer, when actually there are so many other developers who need experiences, right? Including platform engineers and data scientists and data engineers and all these things. So I think that this is where we have to be focused on the constraint in our system. And the reality is that application engineers often are a large portion of your employee base, and they often are a high part of your salary base, and they often are a high indicator of success of your product, right? If you are a technology driven company. So I think it's fair that right now there's a lot of focus on that, but I think we will be really missing the mark if the platforms we're building are not built in such a way that they can be extended to and support people of all different technology backgrounds and lack thereof, right? So people who care about the outputs of the technology department but aren't themselves engineers, as well as people who are of differing technology backgrounds. So, there's a lot of people out there that can do magical things in certain programming languages that I have never even heard of, and I want to be able to support them and their success within the business as well. So, it might not be today, but it needs to be a part of our vision, I think.
Yeah, and something that we're seeing a lot of demand and appetite for when it comes to like developer portals, because that's just like such a universal level of abstraction that lowers the threshold to like entering into a platform engineering space. Because there are folks, to your point, Jen, outside of R&D that just want like a sneak peek into what's going on, and we can surface just like right amount of information to them on this single pane of glass. So definitely this area is expanding into like welcoming more and more various different backgrounds, not just application developers.
Or green ops or cloud ops. There's a lot of things that platforms can enable as well. Akshaya?
Business analysts too. Yeah, when it comes to the real-time dashboards, interactive tools, collaboration, data scientists, when I was at Netflix or GitHub, even at this, the stealthy stuff that is happening behind the scenes, everybody, like including data science team, they all need to know how, or They can work on standardized data lake on AWS, S3. What does data cataloging look like? Do ETL automation, self-service analytics, MLOps integrations, and all of that, right? But I just wanted to this question that you asked earlier, Jennifer, and Catherine responded. Individual metrics. It's such a, like, I would put it right. I would just say, if you're measuring it with AI, to make sure that individuals are, the aggregate number of individuals on team or company, like how do we improve the productivity? Like that nuance is okay, but I would put individual, like tracking individual performance metrics right along there with measuring number of lines of code or commits, because I think it just introduces all sorts of things that we should be measuring. But yeah, I just wanted to put it out there. And yeah.
Absolutely. I think at this time, there are people that feel vulnerable, and we don't want them to feel vulnerable, because we know happy workers are more productive and create better code. And these are creative workers that maybe just, they were left behind in the DevOps or given too much cognitive load, and now we're changing that. So there's an endless way to measure at the team level and above, and to find joy. And I found utter joy with all 5 of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you to our audience. You can find us on LinkedIn. Let's continue this conversation of how to measure in a way that makes everybody have a better developer experience. And thus, that leads to a more productive, financially stable business. But let's focus on the people. Thanks to y'all so much. And enjoy the rest of PlatformCon, everybody. Bye.
Hi, welcome to today's session. Alan, Ellen, Hilla, Brian, and Hope, we're all here to have a great session with you today. It looks like we're having a little bit of microphone difficulties, but we are moving really quick on doing this. And because of that, we want to talk about a number of different topics. So when we look at platform engineering and PlatformCon, and we look at the intersection between DevOps and what's happening, I think what we could do is start the conversation And maybe I can turn to Brian or Hope or Hiller and maybe Alan when he has his microphone back. What are the thoughts here from the audience on how platform engineering and DevOps kind of intersect? Hope, maybe we can start with you.
Yeah, thank you. I think they intersect quite nicely. One, platform engineering teams often are using DevOps practices, right? DevOps is not something that is exclusively limited to teams that are doing software engineering to build features, right? Anyone who is touching software really can use DevOps. And by that token, it helps them understand their customers, the developers, better because they can sympathize with some of their pains. They are using similar tools in their work. So I think there's a great connection there between the two.
Yeah, I agree. And you know, when we look at research, when we see how it all comes together, some of the research we see is there are organizations, large and small, that have different levels of maturity, right? There's DevOps, there's SREs, there's platform engineering, and there's everything in between. Brian, what are your thoughts on this topic?
First, I think we should define DevOps. I mean, for me, DevOps is the way that we do work. It's everything. I think a lot of people think DevOps is building CD pipelines for other people. That's just not true. So, but you need a good platform to be able to execute. I mean, to really do DevOps well, you're doing continuous delivery, which means you have a really good platform to enable that makes CD very easy.
Hey guys, can you hear me now?
Yeah, Alan, absolutely.
So it was the echo setting. I apologize. So, Paul, thanks for filling in. I think, you know, I don't want the audience for PlatformCon is one that's familiar with DevOps, familiar with both the successes and failures and challenges around DevOps, and specifically, you know, some of the things around DevSecOps. I wanted to focus in on our topic here, which is how does DevSecOps and platform engineering let us sleep at night or sleep better at night? I don't think anything we do ever lets us sleep soundly at night when it comes to security. But clearly, you know, moving beyond just the initial DevOps into DevSecOps, and I've been involved in this for 8-10 years now. One of the issues that I think, and it's a big reason why platform engineering has struck the chord that it has, is that we can't just shift security to developers, right? And I think that right at its heart, right there, is the issue that, or mistake or a misstep that we've made in the DevOps movement. You know, shift left, I'm not against shift left, but if shift left means to you putting security on the plate of the developers, I think we run into problems. Now, Hila, I know you're kind of familiar with this, involved in the DevOps movement and security as well. You know, if you don't mind, you want to kick off the conversation and the rest of the panel can jump in. Has that, I mean, it's not been, I'm not going to call it a failure, but has that fundamentally been a problem with DevSecOps?
I would say that in terms of shift left, it's not saying, okay, developers, please utilize any security practices and start now and do whatever is needed in order to do so. It just, for me, it means to instill the mindset. So still the DevOps engineers are the ones responsible to incorporate security tools and scanning like IaaS, DAST, SAST, etc. And the fact that we need to do it early in the development stage basically means two things. First of all, to not interfere with the development work, because if the security tools will find some vulnerabilities, they still have time to fix it, and not like, oh man, I need to push it to production like in 2 days and I don't have time to deal with it. When we do it that early, we have the time to deal with it and fix the issues in a timely manner, but also to showcase the developers, hey, security is a thing. We need to take it into consideration, need to give it the proper attention. We are handling it, okay? You have the tools, etc., but we need to remind the developers that security is a shared responsibility. That's the whole idea. So we will help you by installing the tools, and then you will take it from there once you have issues to fix, and then you fix them, etc. So this is for me what shift left means. Doesn't mean that, okay, here's security, take it and move it to developers. It just means that it is a shared responsibility, and we now divide it between all the people to take it and have a clear path towards instilling security practices.
No,
And-
I agree with that. We opened up and kind of teased the audience with what is DevOps and how is all those kind of things working out, which I think is a kind of a good understanding. The shift left kind of paradigm is very interesting. And again, I was kind of highlighting as a research focused person. I'm an analyst. I focus on this space quite a bit. There is a level of maturity. And when you look at the pipelines, right, the CI/CD pipelines and shifting everything from build, day 0, day 1, day 2. And when you have that security piece in there, you also have telemetry pipeline and across the SDLC. Where does the responsibility, I think, fall within most organizations? Because again, there is a maturity that kind of comes into this play.
So one of the things that I've seen a lot is companies just throw tools at developers and say good luck, and that's the bad version of shift left, right? And like Hila said, it should be the platform bakes these things in as much as possible. I mean, there's some things platform can't check on security, that we should have security teaching the developers how to write secure code instead of them just making it up as they go along. But it should be a service. I mean, the platform should bake as much of that in as possible without the developers having to do all the configuration. Same with compliance, same with everything else.
Yeah, I agree with everyone. And for me, it is the standardized infrastructure that they're building for the app dev, right? So the highest purpose to me that the platform engineering team can serve and the platform can serve is they're abstracting away all of those complex security concerns from the developers, right? So they have the secure by default configurations, they have the best practices, they have guidelines, and hopefully they are helping to automate a lot of it. So then the developers can focus in on the things that maybe are not as routine and aren't the given. So instead of them feeling, like they're in the factory making the same widget over and over, they can express a little more creativity, but still stay within those security guidelines.
So I think there's been an evolution here, right? I think when DevSecOps first kind of went mainstream, if you will, or at least people started acknowledging it as a real thing, the idea was security people are going to make security tools for developers, right? And then it became, and quite frankly, because a lot of security vendors said, hey, those developers, they have a lot of budget, more budget than security. So if we could make security tools for developers, we could get into that bucket of budget. And I think we've seen that doesn't necessarily work. I think, Hila, what you described is the ideal of what, we're all in this together. Security's everyone's responsibility. But just saying, and because I'm doing that, I'm putting security tools that run in your IDE or that run in your Git. And now, developer, we've given you security tools to use. Developers already spend somewhere between 11 and 25% of their time doing coding, right? They spend the overwhelming majority of their time not coding, not developing per se. And developers want to develop. They don't want, they want quality. They want to turn out quality code. No one wants to turn out insecure code. But I think one of the best arguments for platform engineering is, can we build this into the platform, as I think Hope and Brian, you really hit it. Can we build this into the platform that kind of automates what we can automate, that allows developers to develop on secure platforms, secure environments, right? So that security is baked in, but we're not asking our developers or expecting our developers to be security pros, because they're not and they never will be. And Healer, I think you said it best. I think that's the ideal. Just it hasn't always worked out that way, is what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, but the thing is that, I mean, we don't expect them to be security pros, but there are some aspects of security that they need to take into consideration. For example, if they use a dependency that has some vulnerabilities, they need to understand what does it mean to have vulnerabilities. They need to understand what is the implication of using a package of as a dependency with vulnerabilities. So you can't do something just because others are doing it, and because, oh, when I do a boy install, you just do this and that, and that's it. You need to understand what you're doing, because it could ultimately affect the production environment, and nobody wants that. So I'm not saying they need to know everything, but they need to know at least the proximity parts of their day-to-day of coding. There are dependencies, there are vulnerabilities when it comes to dependencies. So this is like the most closest thing that there is for their day-to-day. And then afterwards, we can educate it for anything else. But this is like the main thing that could ultimately affect production the most.
Let me ask you another concept I want to throw out at the team here at the panel, and give me, stream of consciousness, give me your thoughts. Having developers as security champions, not security pros, but security champions. So, saying, hey, security is important, and we care about security, and what is security? We just did a DevSecOps event in RSA a month and a half, 2 months ago, and this whole concept of security champions, I saw it at Black Hat last year as well. So non-security professionals becoming security champions. Hope, I see you shaking your head. Does that resonate?
It does. It does, because there's a lot, as we've all agreed, for each developer to think about. But a security champion embedded in a team is that connection back to the overall security part of the organization. So they can advocate for best practices. They can help coach the team on what they should do, what security considerations there are, and they can bring information back into the team. So they will still have tools where they can look at system performance, they can look at security, but bringing that champion in helps change the culture toward one that is more security minded.
Well, and I think that everybody should be a champion for that. I think one of the problems is people don't think about security. Well, they think about it as different than any other kind of quality, but it's just another aspect of quality. And if you incentivize developers to focus on quality and then make sure they understand security is part of that, also compliance is something else I push really hard. It's different, right? But it's still a quality aspect. That if you incentivize quality, then the developers become champions for security. They think about it. We're talking about security. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to be a champion for it.
I think they are, but I think there's a limit to the amount of overhead they can accommodate. There still has to be something else, right? That's picking up the bulk of that and letting them tap into it.
I like where both of you are going, and I think the challenge that a lot of organizations run into is the business KPIs for the developers doesn't always align to what best practices should be. And unfortunately that's true. I mean, like I'm finding in our research that, that 24% of organizations want to release code on an hourly basis, but yet only 8% are able to do so. But what that means, and what we were finding in the additional research points over trending over the years, in 2022, only 29% of respondents said that they were doing continuous testing. In 2023, that number jumped up to 66%. But that was largely due to the fact that the quality of the applications that were being pushed out the door were not good enough for the product that was being delivered. So unless you establish a culture inside your organization, it's about getting the job done. And DevOps and release engineers are going to push the big green button to get the code out the door.
And a lot of companies are willing to do that because they see the risk as being so small. The probability is so small. They take their chances until something happens, right? And then they invest. So
until they get bit.
But that's the thing about security. Everyone says or thinks that it's not going to happen to me. And that's why all the security tasks have lower priority. And we're like, we are optimistic creatures. It will be okay. No. And then if something happens, then we see how much we are not equipped to deal with it. So we have to insert it into the day-to-day regularly. Otherwise, we will never get to it.
So, back, as I said, I've been in security for 25, almost 30 years now. Back then we used to call it the zebra in the herd mentality, right? Those lions are going to eat a few zebras, but not today. They're not eating this zebra today. But sooner or later, every zebra has its day, right? And I think that's been one of the big shifts in security over the last few years is much more of a focus on just not pure prevention, scanning, making sure it's vulnerability free and these kinds of things, but also response. And I think that's been a forgotten part of DevSecOps and the platform engineering disciplines, which is how do we respond? All right, boom, we just got breached. We are, who is it? Ticketmaster here in the US. I think 500 million records or something got breached. What are we doing from a platform and a DevX point of view? Yes, we could patch a particular vulnerability, but how do we make sure this stuff doesn't happen again and again? How do we stop the next vulnerability? Right? Classic DevOps, we got those feedback loops. We see what happens. How do we incorporate that into our platform, into our dev practices, into our DevSecOps to make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen again?
Well, there's two parts to that. One, I talk about continuous delivery quite a bit. And one of the common pushbacks I get is my customers don't want change that frequently until there's a vulnerability. And now you don't have the ability because you haven't been practicing changing that frequently. And so it takes you forever to fix something. But number two, it's not just the pipeline checking to see if something's vulnerable. What are we doing in production? Because security is one of those things that's just like quicksand. It's secure today, it's just not secure tomorrow. And if you're not constantly refreshing that app to make sure it remains secure, then you're kind of living in a dream world of security.
I think this is also a spot where if an organization can, and this is maybe a little dream world here as well, but if an organization can, a little dose of chaos engineering, run through that, understand how people respond, a little dose of SREs, being able to have clear pathways to get the information back to the platform team. If they are, hopefully they are involved. And so that can be extended across the enterprise. Those are two good, sometimes underutilized paths to help.
Absolutely. One of the things that a trend I've been seeing doing panels like this and in talking to people is we tend to make the developers kind of the whipping boys, right? It's their fault, right? They didn't do this or they didn't do that. I think, again, one of the principles and one of the attractive pieces of platform engineering is, hey, we can't put everything on the developer. The more we can build into the platform, the more automation we build in, the more guardrails we build in, the more load we could take off that developer's plate. So for our audience out here, let's talk a little bit about how do we do that? How fundamentally nuts and bolts kinds of stuff, how do we build this into the platform so that the developers have they're starting with a leg up in this race?
Yeah, well, Alan, I just like to jump in there a little bit because I think it's there's some synergies between the theoretical of what could happen versus what we're seeing from a data perspective. And it's exactly to your point. The data shows that the number one challenge that organizations, when I talk to organizations, they're trying to modernize, but the challenge they run into with modernizing applications is complexity. And putting all that complexity on a team to do the work doesn't solve the problem. It actually introduces far more problems. So many organizations are actually looking to vendors to simplify the delivery through platforms, through delivery systems, to make it easier for generalists versus specialists. In fact, what I'm seeing in research is 67% of organizations are looking to hire generalists over specialists, and they're looking for platforms to reduce that complexity. So you're spot on the conversation there and the direction that the data is driving.
Well, the other thing that I think gets overlooked quite a bit is a lot of, platform is seen as internal tooling, and we don't need to treat it like a product, but you should have even more product management around a platform, internal platform, than you have for an external product. Because number one, there's no market forces forcing you to not build stuff that you don't need, but you need to focus on your customers, understand what they need, understand what problems they have. And again, not just build tools, throw it out there and say good luck.
I agree.
Planning is something that's super important here. I can't say for, in all organizations out there, but not all organizations really take the time, the necessary time to planning and even pre-planning what we want to achieve and talking to the developers, which sounds like what? Talking? Yeah, we need to talk to the developers and understand what do they need, which problems do they have, and what is the best way to solve them. Because let's say we have one approach, but maybe they see it differently. And if they don't see it the same way as us, then we don't even generate the buy-in that we need for them to use the platform, and then nobody will use the platform. So we have to plan, we have to talk with the developers, understand the pain points, and discuss with them the solution. And then they'll be able to give us feedback of, yeah, this makes sense, or we think you should change it to X and that. And then we can ensure that we provide the suitable platform for them to use.
Yeah. Once I was actually in the very unique position of being the product manager for the platform engineering team, while I was also the product manager for the IoT platform team, which was a customer of the platform engineering team. So you talk about me struggling with myself some days on prioritization, but it did give me a very clear look into those challenges and how talking with each team was a little different, but you had to marry the two. And like you said, Gila, treating them as a customer, listening, and making sure that the platform engineering team is running way ahead of the development team. They actually have a real roadmap that they are socializing, that they are discussing, they are getting true feedback, and they are listening. They are not going and finding tools that the platform engineering team thinks is cool, but they are disregarding what the development teams have stated as their preference. So the platform engineering team absolutely should be looking for the best solution. But yes, the developers are their customers, and they need to listen.
So Hope, you definitively say that, Brian. I'm gonna let you jump in here, but I've heard people talking out of both sides of their mouth on this. Is platform engine in orthodox platform engineering, if there is such a thing as orthodox platform engineering, are they working for their customer, which happens to be the dev team?
In that organization, we did, and partly because I put my foot down. I will say, honestly, because at certain times they would try to switch the team off to working on, more infrastructure costs and other things like that, which of course are important. But I didn't want really, you know, the platform engineering team to focus on that. That should be someone else's job, ideally, right? So over time, we pushed it over and over and over until our roadmap, 95%, maybe 90%, honestly,
Yeah, so
was
I'm sorry,
working with the development teams.
Yep.
Brian? So the best I've experienced was, I was in platform at a very large enterprise, and we were I was one of the product managers for one of the internal delivery platform products. We were absolutely expected to go out there and talk to our customers. But the thing other people miss also is that one of our customers is organization's goals. And so like our platform was focused on making continuous delivery easy, but we were also focused on making it, if you don't want to do CD, if you like Git flow, it's going to hurt you because we wanted you doing continuous delivery. And so people will come and talk to the platform area of that company and ask make things like Git flow easy. And the answer is always, that's not on our roadmap because it doesn't align with organizational goals. And one of the things I talk about all the time is if we're doing platform engineering correctly, doing it well, everyone's slightly dissatisfied with this. So it's the best job possible because you're very close to your customers, but everyone's always constantly slightly irritated with you.
It's one of those, you can't win. You can't win. We've got about 15 minutes or so. I want to bring this back to the title. How can we sleep better or allow our teams to sleep better at night? To quote Colonel Jessup from A Few Good Men, the movie, under the blanket of our security, right? You can't handle the truth. Is the truth that we just can't sleep good at night? Or, can we leave our audience with 3 things that they can do that'll let their team sleep better at night? Paul, anything in your research on that, maybe?
Yeah, I would align it very closely to what the challenges that organizations are running into, right? There's definitely complexity issues. We talked about that, reducing the complexity by removing I will call it, and this is probably not going to be great for the audience to hear, but remove the do-it-yourself kind of scenarios and focus in on a platform approach because the devils are in the details. If you miss something, you miss it, and it will keep you up at night. And by doing it yourself, you never really are comfortable knowing did you get everything that you were supposed to, address everything you're supposed to address. So that's why you kind of leverage a platform approach to do it. The other thing that I see in research is skill gap issues. Skill gap issues are a major, major challenge. I mentioned a stat that talked about the hiring of generalists over specialists, but I think that by reducing the complexity, you're also going to reduce the number of human capital that you need to do the job. And that's something else to kind of focus, because nobody wants to be called at 2:00 in the morning to get something that's broken. The other thing I would highlight as part of our research of the 3 things, because you told me to throw 3, and here's my third one. The third thing is to harmonize and unify the pipelines. So the telemetry pipeline, the security pipeline, and the CI/CD pipeline, and the overall SDLC. If you can do that, if there's some harmonization across your teams, whether it's your DevOps teams, your platform engineering teams, and developers, by harmonizing that will alleviate the pointing fingers of potentially having any breakpoints. So I think that's also related back to the platform approach.
Fair. Hila, what about you? What would be your advice?
So first of all, I think that we have to do it early. I mean, you know what? Leave the developers, okay? Leave it aside. We, like everyone in the company, needs to do their part in order to be in the best security posture scenario possible. For example, if I don't review the PRs in the code review with security eyes, then I can, security group can be opened, any. I neglect to see that, and security incident can arrive from that, and anything of that sort. So I would say that we have to be vigilant, and we can say once a security incident happens, we will deal with it. No, I am very keen to being proactive. So I would say it should be the managers, and usually it's the managers and not the people, because the people usually deal with their tasks day to day and that's it. So the manager should incorporate the security goals into project objectives and performance metrics, and basically understand how we can tackle it upfront as much as possible. And then by that we can reduce the possibility that a security incident will happen. And I can tell you also from my experience, I'm in the tech industry for the last 16 years. Yes, I'm old. And I didn't handle much of security incidents. I handled a lot of tech incidents, like this was configured in the wrong way and this and that. But I think, count by hand the number of security incidents that I had, because we usually dealt with it from the start. So projects on the high level design documents, we had a bullet of security always, like deal with it and take it into consideration. So if you take it into consideration as early as possible, I think we can eliminate a lot of the things later on. And we can do it by code reviews, security tooling, and a lot of other practical ways to do it.
Excellent. Brian, I'm going to let you go and then come to Hope. So
Yeah,
Hope,
sure.
I'm giving you a chance to think on it.
So number one, we need a good platform that has all security compliance, everything baked into it. If it's outside the platform, it doesn't exist. It's fantasy. But that's not enough. I mean, we need to have leadership incentivizing workflows so that I'm used to making frequent small changes all the time. That I never use any process other than my standard process to do anything, so that I'm not trying to make up some emergency process in the middle of the night to fix an incident. I have my boring process we've tried all the time to go and fix production that has all the quality processes baked into it. And if I have that, then yeah, I'm probably going to get woken up. I will. I've been a developer for a long time, but I will be able to fix things rapidly, securely, quickly, with the minimum chance of making mistakes. And that allows me to sleep much better at night.
Absolutely. Hope.
So when you talk about sleeping better at night, I always think about years ago, the wake ups in the middle of the night. Those were not fun. But if I don't reuse anything anyone else has said, all very good points. So thank you for letting me listen to those. The only thing I think I would insert is use data to your advantage. Figure out what your greatest potential exposures are, right? What are your most critical systems, your most critical resources, or the ones, maybe have a few holes in them, that nobody knows about, and make some informed decisions and start tracking, because at some point you may need an investment to go further. And by tracking this information, maybe you can make a case, a somewhat objective case, right, to management. And then by also tracking, hopefully you can improve your security incident response process, your MTTR, and that over time, that agile, that iterative, you work it and you work it and you work it. After a while, hopefully you're left with some, very small things to address, or something that you just couldn't see. But in that case, still, hopefully, your incident response plan is rock solid and will get you through it.
Fair. Guys, we made it 35 minutes into this session. We haven't mentioned AI. Amazing. Amazing. But I feel like we need to here. Because as we look back and then look forward, well, first of all, I guess the threshold is, will AI have an impact on this? Will it allow us to sleep better at night? Will it make for better platforms? Will it make for easier lives for developers? Thoughts? Brian, you said, oh, yeah, confidently.
Mm-hmm.
Why so confident?
Well, number one, so I wrote a blog post not long ago called AI is Taking Our Job, where the punchline is that if you're a commodity coder who just focuses on data structures and algorithms, I can replace you with a machine tomorrow. But if you understand the business problem we're trying to solve, AI can't replace you. But I've been running experiments with like loading in internal documentation and making it a chat bot instead of having to go and search for stuff, find things in policy a lot faster, just improve the developer experience of things we have to look up all the time internally, not even externally, things we can't Google. Using it for coding assistance. I've been doing, and I'm not a Python developer, except now I'm a Python developer because I have ChatGPT. Right? I understand what code looks like, and understand the problem I'm trying to solve. AI helps me solve it in another language because that's the language I need to use. And so these are, it's absolutely an enabling tool that should be part of every platform.
Yeah, Alan, I would add in Brian's spot on, and the reason why I think that there's a huge impact here is the velocity of adoption, and what I mean by that is not just some words. It's when we did a poll about 9 months ago, we found that 18% of organizations were using AI in their production workloads, and then we reran the same poll 9 months later, and that jumped to 54% of AI being incorporated into production workloads. It's not a matter of if it's going to happen; it's when it's happening, and it is happening now, right? And you have to remember, AI is an enabler. It's an accelerator to enabler. But is it going to help in all cases? No. Is it going to cause a little bit of disruption? We clearly see that's the case. But we also know that with regards to platform, actionable insights, early actionable insights make for informed decisions. And right now there's a human in the loop. I think there will be a human in the loop for a while for most organizations. But at some point, the confidence level will be high that AI will be able to address those changes.
One trend that is starting to emerge, everyone knows about internal developer platforms, but there's a trend now with AI for intelligent developer platforms. It is very early days, but this is the centralization, contextualization of that developer's work, maybe security concerns, maybe some predictive information based on patterns they see in how this person has coded over time to help them start to work in ways they can work more securely. But those platforms, however many years they are from sliding down the other side of that curve, right? Those will be revolutionary. You have something there that understands how you work, understands the patterns, can connect that to the larger enterprise, understands the tools, brings you help documentation, has some predictive abilities. I think it will be revolutionary.
Hilo, what about you?
And then you need to secure this.
Exactly.
So nobody will take advantage.
Who's watching the watcher, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we see a lot of trends going on, and people talking about prompt engineering. The fact that if you want to, example, if we talk about ChatGPT, we want to get proper or suitable solutions. We need to prompt it wisely. So I'm not sure in terms of AI if we will in security, if we will only talk about prompting or any utilizing of models and etc. But it could be an enabler also in this case because AI knows everything and it has access to everything. But we need to train it to be thoughtful of that, because if we don't put the emphasis on that, then it will just keep on talking and putting the emphasis on anything else like performance and all the things that are very, very important, but always security seems to be on the sidelines when it comes to, at least in my talks with ChatGPT. So we could definitely leverage AI for predicting security threats and all sorts of things, but we need to make sure that we do it in a way that is highlighting security and addressing it better, let's say.
Excellent. Guys, we've got maybe 4 or 5 minutes left at most. I wanted to return to something that we talked about right in the beginning. And, you know, as I think I mentioned, I don't know if it was before my mic was working, I was lucky enough to be involved along with Hope in one of the satellite sessions, or I think they called it watch parties, we did in New York on Wednesday, right, 2 days ago. And we did a panel there, and the idea was working as a team, right? How does platform engineering, DevOps, DevSecOps, Agile, SRE, you know, all these are movements, buzzwords, frameworks, whatever you want to call them. How do these all work together to the benefit of our customers, whether the customer be developers, end users, or what have you? How do we make them all work together, right? There's been too much of, oh, DevOps is dead, platform's the new DevOps, or Agile 25 years in is making a lot of failures. It's done some pretty good things too. SRE, I mean, it's important. You need these, we need all of these things. We need DevSecOps, right? We need security built in here, not bolted on. Last words for all of you. How do we emphasize, hey, it takes a village, it takes a team, it takes a community.
You know, the reason I list myself as a value stream architect on LinkedIn is because what we're trying to do is go from idea to delivery and get feedback as rapidly as possible. And it includes everything, HR, marketing, everything, right? And so if you're not looking at that from the how do we serve the customer best and how do we work together to get that done, you know, a trunk is not an elephant. You have to look at the whole elephant, right? And so what are we trying to do? The goal is not SRE. The goal is not DevOps. The goal is meeting the customer's goals, needs.
I like that, Brian. Anybody else thoughts on that?
You know, he basically stole my answer. But double down. Yeah, that. Yeah, you have to be aligned, right? And people have to connect to something larger than the individual team or their individual practice. And that starts outside each of these teams. There's a responsibility from executive leadership. There's an responsibility leadership of functional groups to make those goals and priorities clear, and also to align incentives with that, because everyone knows about organizations where something blows up, this guy goes in and riots to save the day. Is he the one also setting the fire, right? So align your incentives and align your goals.
Yeah, there's I think with the risk of repeating the same thing without having a different way of spinning it, I think the one element I would add to it is, and it's probably just going to have a little bit of different flair. It's what I started with the opening and the conversation. It's like there's all these different words and all these different things. I don't think any business organization is saying, okay, we don't need one of these. I think they're saying like, we need all the functions that come out of this. It really comes down to the maturity of the organization and how they can adopt or how they're shifting. I don't know one organization that's sitting there going, we don't need any DevSecOps practices in our organization. They're of course they're looking at security. They need to make sure that happens. But they're also going, we want to strive for perfection, but we can't get to perfection and never release. That's just not going to happen. So there has to be some level of kind of intersection between the business KPIs, the culture of the business, and then incorporating the processes and the methodologies to layer on top of it. That's just it's a maturity area.
Healer, I'm going to give you the last word because we're about out of time.
Sure. So I think it's easy for managers or C-levels to have this already incorporated in their line of thought, but I always advocate for developers to have security mindset, cost mindset, because these are the things that they don't usually think of in their day-to-day. So, for example, in my day-to-day, whenever I do something and I'm not sure if it is, and I'm doing it the right way security-wise, then I reach out to the security team and just send them a message and say, hey, I wanted to consult about XYZ, and that's it. So I would recommend other people not to look at security team as a hurdle, as an obstacle, but as an enabler to clarify any fog that you have in your day-to-day. And if you consult with something, it's okay, you just consult. It doesn't mean that it will blow up to a meeting of, okay, let's discuss it and let's do a redesign and stuff like that. No, we need, if we take things early on, we decide on a new project, a new system that we want to create, do a high-level design meeting, invite security, have them sign off on whatever we are planning, and then no surprises later on, because everyone is agreed on what we're gonna do. Even if we are not, like, unconscious level, we decide not to do things 100% secured, but do some quick and dirty things, and we are agreeing that this is the way to go in this point in time, then all is okay. And this also serves the business goal, because we say, okay, we need to do it quickly. Everyone is agreeing on that, and we will fix it whenever we can and put it in the backlog in a prioritized way. But that's the thing, we need to be aligned with everything. Everyone wants to pull to their directions, but if we are aligned with the business goals, as Brian Finster said, I don't know why I mentioned your last name, I'm sorry, Brian. Just split out of it. So if we are aligned with the goals, and not only project level, but also day-to-day level, for the developers to think about cost and security, etc., then I think we can do it and achieve it in a day-to-day, and not have to have millions of meetings in order to really incorporate it and instill it in the company's culture.
I love it. Guys, we're out of time. We're actually over time. Brian, Gila, Paul, Hope, thank you all so much. For folks watching this, you know, it's been a great week of PlatformCon 24. Can't wait for the next one. Hope you've enjoyed this and all of the other sessions. You know what? At the end of the day, it is about teamwork. I'm going to leave you with that. This is Alan Schimmel. Thanks for watching.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't know.
Seems like we're still alive, but I have no idea.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm gonna hang out. Someone can make up a platform engineering song. Or hey, let's have you know, one interesting.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our panel on the impact of platform engineering. I'm your host, Heather Joslin. I'm editor-in-chief of The New Stack. The New Stack is an online technology publication that explains and analyzes at-scale development of software and management of that software. And I've been at TNS since 2021. You can find us online at thenewstack.io. And today we've got a great panel here, and we're going to introduce them one by one, starting with Mallory Haig. Mallory is Director of Customer Success at Humanitech. She has a background in customer support and success, full stack software engineering, engineering management, and she focuses on the strengths of the intersection of humans and technology. Perhaps she can give me some tips. And we're not... when not connecting people with their platforms, Mallory's an avid equestrian and hobby farmer, and also a cat and dog mom. We're also joined. Hi, Mallory.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Great, and thanks for joining us. We're also joined by Vilas Viraragavan. He is Vice President of Engineering at Truckstop, which drives engineering innovations that benefit the transportation and logistics industry. He's in a previous life, he worked at Comcast, Netflix, Walmart, and Bill Bill, building high-performance teams that focus their attention on automation, chaos engineering, CI/CD at scale, and improving developer productivity across the enterprise. Hi, Vilas.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us. And also joined by Nathan Harvey, Dora lead and developer advocate at Google Cloud. Dora's work enables teams and organizations to thrive by delivering industry-shaping, accessible, and actionable research. I know we write about that research a lot in the New Stack. He has co-authored multiple Dora reports on software delivery performance, and was an editor for 97 Things Every Cloud Engineer Should Know, published by O'Reilly in 2020. And actually, that's right on my stand next to my desk. I look at it often. Hi, Nathan.
Hi, Heather. Thanks so much for having me. I'm looking forward to this.
Great. We're looking forward to having you. And Steve Pereira, he is CEO at Visible. Steve is obsessed with making tech human and leveraging it to deliver continuous value. In a former life, he's a startup CTO, agency consultant, systems and release engineer, finance IT manager, tech support, phone jockey, and pizza maker. All those jobs have in common that they're focused on the flow of work and value delivery. Hi, Steve.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Oh, great. Well, let's get started. There's a lot to talk about. First of all, I'd like each of you. Let's start with Nathan. We'll go around. How do you personally define platform engineering, and how is it different than DevOps, or is it?
That's a really great question, Heather. I think platform engineering is really a socio-technical system that comes together to help use technology to deliver business value. That business value turns into customer value, or maybe it's the other way around. I'm not sure. But it's all about creating that great developer experience through collaboration, through minimizing cognitive load, through increasing flow, things along those lines. How is it not just DevOps by another name? Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that we all often get caught up a little bit too much in labels. And what really matters is that we're working together through collaboration, and it's more than just DevOps. It's more than just the platform engineering team and the application teams. It's the whole organization coming together to create value for humans. The flip side of that, of course, is that labels do matter. We can identify with our tribe, with our community by using these labels. So I guess at the end of the day, I don't really care what you call it, as long as it's something that is inclusive of everyone that needs to come together to drive that value.
Okay. And Mallory, how do you define platform engineering, and how does it differ from DevOps?
Sure. I think I agree with a lot of what Nathan just said, in that it's very much about that human experience. What I see platform engineering as is this natural evolution out of DevOps and out of the frustrations of DevOps, the frustrations of a lack of empathy for the human behind the keyboard, for the people that have to do the interactions with software engineering teams. I see it as a philosophy, realistically, and that's very much how we approach it in advising customers on how to build a platform engineering practice every single day. For me, it really is, that intersection of humans and technology. It's about developer experience, it's about platform engineer experience, and kind of taking the friction out of dev plus ops. Very much organizational based, very much aligned on solving problems and being outcome driven. And I think that's really, for me, what separates it from this simple, you build it, you run it mentality that DevOps kind of evolved into. So, yeah.
Great. Steve, what's platform engineering to you?
I think I share a lot of what has already been said. I think that, to me, platform engineering is an abstraction of things that folks have tumbled into in DevOps accidentally by kind of reading the label on the box, but not necessarily understanding all the ingredients and the nutritional information and everything. You very easily kind of tumble into things like DevOps teams, or having a DevOps engineer on every team, or creating a shared services model. And I think that platform engineering introduced a useful abstraction away from those things, and basically said that instead of going to tap people on the shoulder or having them sit right next to you, you can create an interface, and to varying degrees, that acts as a buffer between folks who need something from infrastructure or resources or assets or delivery, and the folks who are charged with kind of putting that together and getting it in front of developers and useful to developers. It's also really benefited from product management, where DevOps kind of accidentally ignored that as well. That customer experience is a very real thing, even inside of companies. And so I think that it's really a specific practice that lives inside of the ecosystem of DevOps, but gets a little bit more specific about things that you could miss if you weren't really understanding what this was all about.
And Vilas.
I think for me, platform engineering and DevOps are two sides of a story, right? Like platform engineering enables and accelerates what you want to do with your DevOps practices. So I'm very actually very happy to hear very different perspectives here, but we're all aligning in that same sort of perspective, which is you need a way for developers to use tools. And for me, that's where the growth of platform engineering happened to begin with, is developers needed a way to do things in a much easier way. They needed a paved road. And that's where platform engineering came in. So for me, it's the combination of those tools, techniques, processes that makes developers' lives easier. That's my definition.
So if you implement you create this platform team in your organization, you create that paved road, you create that paved road, or golden path, as I've heard it sometimes called. What can be the impact within an organization, both, and let's go through, like, for developers, for operations engineers, for the business itself, and its ability to serve customers. Does anyone want to start unpacking that for us?
I can try and go first, if that's okay.
Sure.
And I'll also try and make it opinionated, so you can all jump in and start talking about it, debating me. So for me, I'm going to use a specific example. So back when we were at Walmart, one of the things we were challenged with for developer productivity was that we had too many areas, too many businesses that had different goals in mind for themselves. And so to create a platform engineering team, a vision even, the challenge that we had was to even align across businesses to say what the least common multiple was, essentially. That would say, okay, all of these companies need this. All of these areas need this, right? At Walmart, they're basically companies within companies. And so just aligning on that was the challenge. And for me, the biggest benefit was when we created a single way for people to check in code, a single way for them to orchestrate delivering that code. And that created a massive impact within the company. So everyone who wasn't even believers initially started believing it, but you have to fight that one battle at a time. And so for us, it was the difference between waiting 2 days sometimes or 3 days, even with continuous delivery enabled, to go to something in production, all the way down to like 60 minutes or 30 minutes for something, going from idea to production in some cases, right? Wow. So that was the difference for us. And that took 4 years. But it was a journey that started with first understanding what is it that people really want to do in different varied businesses.
Does anyone have? I'd also be curious about, like, we talk a lot about why it's good for developers. What about operations and the back end? How does platform engineering, what kind of impact does it have on them when it's implemented correctly?
I think one of the things that Vilas sort of uncovered there, both for developers and for operators, is kind of some consistency around the platform, right? So from a developer perspective, if there's a consistent way for me to check in code and know what is its path to production, and that's consistent regardless of where I am, one of the things that enables is actually portability within the organization. So a developer could move from one organization or one part of Walmart to another part of Walmart and they wouldn't be like starting from absolute zero, starting from fresh. They understand this is the process that we have. I think those similar benefits can accrue to the operations team. If we know that applications are always following this path, maybe they're all always packaged in a common way, or we've got other commonality across applications, I think that can really help with troubleshooting, with monitoring, with managing the scaling up and down of those applications and so forth. So that consistency really breeds a lot of benefits for everyone.
So, and because they don't have to, with operations, they're engineers, they're not doing the same repetitive tasks over and over again. For one thing, they're not developers. You know, there's a limited number of standard group of tooling. They're not having to make those decisions all the time. What about the business side of an organization, the ability to serve customers? Does anyone have thoughts about that? How does platform engineering ultimately affect that aspect?
Yeah, I see this every day. So if no one minds, I'll jump in on that. I think one of the most important things about platform engineering is when it is done right, it has measurable impact, not just to technical parts of the organization, but to the org as a whole, as well as to their end users, their end customers. You can think about platform engineering as sort of this underlying way of driving value to everyone because of how it functions and because of the principles it applies. So, for example, if we take that developer pain point of having to wait to get something done and relying on other people all the time, once that's improved, you actually see an improvement in time to market. And who does that impact? That impacts the bottom line of a business. It's not just about developer experience and having the operations team feel, much less load on them. It's actually about the business as a whole. You get faster time to market. You get way better standardization, which increases security. And at the end of the day, the end user, the customer, is the one who benefits. We've even had conversations with our customers who've seen, an increase in potential investment because of the ability to be more stable, to get things out quickly, and to be more competitive through that. So it really does go beyond just developer and PE experience. And if you think about it that way, when you start the practice or you start the process and you start thinking about your outcomes, if you start up here, it's so much easier to be able to do the whole thing and link everything together. It all impacts each other, every single team.
What about you, Steve?
When I think about this in general, I mean, we're talking about economies of scale, right? And this is really something that tech has taken a very long time to figure out, that it's no different than any other part of the business, and all the same principles and practices apply. So you wouldn't have, an accountant in every single team in your organization. And if you had to do accounting multiple times a day in order to get your work done, you also wouldn't have two accountants who everybody is bugging constantly, right? So you build things and you take advantage of things like expensing platforms and billing management platforms. And these platforms exist everywhere in organizations today. It's just, everyone in tech likes to reinvent the wheel and, rethink everything from scratch. And I think it's taken us a long time to realize that platform engineering is just something that we should have always had. Mm-hmm. It's taken a while for the tooling to evolve, and an understanding that this is really another area of the business that just needs to be focused on flow and streamlining operations and leveraging economic principles. So I think really it's about building the ability to centralize some of your best talent, but protect them from being constantly interrupted by having them develop something that can be consumed on demand and self-service in varying ways. It doesn't have to be a big bang investment. It can be internal, it can be external, it can be both. There's a lot of variation there, just the same way that you have variation in your financial stack. Your tech stack is very similar, right? It's providing capabilities, and those capabilities need to have a degree of investment and experience and accessibility and all the other things that you demand from every other capability that you leverage in your business.
I like what Steve said. For just a second, I just want to say something that came to mind is when Steve was talking about building like tools. For me, what came on reinventing the wheel. What came to mind was you want to hit a nail into the wall, and every single time the team is building a new hammer just for their company, right? And that's exactly what has been happening, and it still happens. We're all in a job because we still work for companies where reinvention keeps happening, and we are stopping it and saying, why don't you use something that already exists? So I think that's a very powerful, important message to share.
Yeah, it prevents you from wasting resources on reinventing something that already exists. I was wondering if each of you would give me an example of, a platform engineering initiative that either you saw in your own organization or at customer organizations, and just get a sense of what the change that it made or the impact that it had on that particular organization. And was it developer productivity or less, for example, just a sense of how it the impact it had. I don't know who would like to go first. Don't make me choose. Don't make me choose by random.
I'll give you a general.
Okay.
So I've worked with a lot of companies on these inside and outside, and I think in general there's a lot of positive impacts to those incredibly valuable folks in your technical organization that are capable of delivering immense value and unblocking other people from burning out by, you kind of build them a storefront that they can sit behind instead of having them sit on a street corner and be, nudged and interrupted by everyone who walks by and needs something. They get hours of operation, they get some control over their environment and the interactions that they will have with people. There's a lot of benefits to that, and I've seen platform engineering efforts go from overloading those people and nearly burning them out and having them really go from being taken advantage of, right? Because they want to help and they want to be available, and they really really deeply feel the impact that having other people with problems and being blocked has on their teams and the organization, and giving them something where they can work at full capacity with full focus on creating something that does, let's say, 80% of what they would normally do, but with 20% of the impact on them, right? So they're able to enjoy their job more. They're pushed, right? They're using more of their skills. They're doing less repetitive work. They're attending less meetings. They're doing all the things that they would like to do less of, and more of what they'd like to do. And that's actually not only beneficial on their side, but the customer side of that, the developers who are regularly feel bad about interrupting, know that they solved this problem already, but they can't quite remember how they did it last time. Or, they could do it if they only had permission. There's a million, ways that this kind of manifests itself. And it's just bad on either side when you don't have that abstraction of the platform that manages and kind of governs that interaction.
I can go next, if that's okay, Heather.
Yeah, absolutely.
So two examples come to mind. One, in my last job at Bill, we had the team work on improving the onboarding of new developers. The specific focus for us was, can we get a developer ready to check in code as soon as the first week that they are a part of a team? Obviously, there is a bunch of things you need from the team itself to say, hey, this is the focus area. there's some ramp up. But everything else, which means their laptops set up, they're able to sort of clone their repository, build it, and check in something just to test everything is going on. The PR goes through, like all of that, right? And we had a timeline of about 6 or 7 weeks on an average for even a staff level engineer who was coming in. Took 6 to 7 weeks sometimes to get onboarded and productive. And that's not unlike many other companies I've worked for in the past, right? And so we shortened that over time by making sure that we had a specific template of tools that are available for backend engineers and front-end engineers right in the laptop the first time they get it, right? And then we obviously streamlined our build process, all of that stuff. We got it down to less than a day. But that was essentially everything that they needed. Obviously, they need their own knowledge and the knowledge of the code base to do more. But theoretically, someone could check in the same day if they wanted. So that is something that I felt was a big win for it accelerated how quickly engineers were getting up to speed and submitting ideas. They felt less afraid of the entire, oh my God, I have to now learn 10 things. And the second thing that comes to mind is speeding up the CI/CD pipeline helped massively. For example, we had tests that used to run 3.5 hours sometimes because they were integration tests, massive tests. And by doing optimization, which is really like hard level, like system level engineering, we were able to get that down, parallelize and get that down to like less than 20 minutes, which means our time to go and fix something in production was less than an hour. And so we could really get really good MTTRs over the next like a couple of quarters because we were able to really push changes really fast, fix forward really fast.
And was it also because were able to standardize what the developers are doing on the front end, so there were fewer flaws
to an extent,
found?
yeah. So I think there was a couple of things related to that. So there was scaffolding we were providing, or a paved road that we were providing, saying these are the known good standards and policies that you want to do. If you are a backend engineer, and you want to use Java or Python or Go or whatever, one of those platforms, we had well-defined paths for you to get to production. That we would say, this is what you could use in order to get to production as fast as possible, right? And that would include guidance for even things like information security side of things. Like, this is how you could clear your security review in a day, right? Here is how you could do this in an hour if you wanted, if you use these templates, these well-defined templates. So yes, that was part of it, Heather, but we really needed the CI/CD pipeline to be fast enough after all those templates were followed to actually get to production that fast.
Mallory, did you want to say something?
Yeah, that's such a great story because it's so familiar to me and what we see. And I'll approach kind of our success stories from two different angles. The first is sort of that human side, and then second from kind of that business, that technical perspective. From the human side, I think one of my favorite conversations I've ever had with a customer, ever in any job, was with a Humanitech customer recently, a very senior DevOps engineer. And he came to me and he said, Mallory, this is the first time in 4 years I've been able to go to my kid's football game and not bring my machine and not sit on call and not have to worry about deployment failures or infrastructure failures. He said, like, I could just focus on my kid and his game. And that, for me, was why we do this. That was a really, really wonderful story. And I think those are the stories that come out of so many people who do platform engineering right. And on the technical side, we have a customer who very much wanted to move from this concept of being a financial services company to a fintech. They wanted to be leading edge. They wanted to show that financial services could be ahead of the curve technologically. Actually, they gave a talk here at PlatformCon, and it was absolutely wonderful to see. But what came out of their whole setup was that they were able to do incredible automated testing. They were able to get onboarded with new developers very fast. And my favorite thing that happened for them was that they were able to measurably see that their developers were now not working so much on refactoring and touching legacy software. everything they were pretty much doing, save for maybe 10%, was new product, new development, new innovation. And for the business, that's fantastic. It's growing. It's got wonderful new investors behind it. And that is a true success story of not just the people side, but also the technical side. Just being able to go fully automated for most part and not rely on more than a few DevOps folks just to keep stuff maintained. It's really cool.
Nathan?
Yeah, picking up on a bunch of things, a bunch of themes there. I was working with a bank who's in their platform engineering journey. One of the things that they've done, they're a bank, they're highly regulated. The platform engineering team has said, we recognize that, and audits and compliance is a real pain for developers. So we're going to bake that into the system to make that audit process maybe not delightful, but at least easier to get through. And that goes back to like what Vilas was saying around security reviews happening very quickly now. If we think about how do we bring compliance and audit that everyone has to go through, no one loves, but can we build those controls into the platform and the audit trails into the platform so that when the auditors do show up, it's very easy to accomplish those goals. So I think that's a really, really impactful way to think about platform engineering and eliminating a lot of that cognitive load and toil that developers often have to go through. And then, of course, maybe we're more compliant, which is also better for risk that we have within the firm, better for our customers, lots of business value there.
Yeah, that's another hidden benefit, I believe, is ensuring compliance from the get-go. Now, developer productivity is notoriously hard to measure. McKinsey came up with some thoughts on it. I think last year we wrote about that. It was pretty controversial. But what metrics do you use to measure the impact of platform engineering in terms of developer productivity, in terms of its success in general, and how do you measure?
This is a big one, so we could spend the whole session on it. But I think that the constantly missing context is, what are the goals and constraints of the business? And then working backwards from that, like, people try to do this from ground up and think about, how do I know people are busy, or how do I know that I'm getting the most out of my developer spend? And it's just an insane premise to sit a platform engineering or any kind of effort in your organization on top of. So I think that things like, Vilas's example of onboarding is a fantastic case. Like, think about the lead time for onboarding a developer. And, folks might think that only applies when you hire someone new, but it actually applies to every time you want to run a new experiment. You have to stand up the stack from scratch. You have to get re-familiar with what the latest technology and best way to do something new is, which is essentially arriving at the context from scratch again. And, you might be coming from a product effort that was years long, and now you're changing context. So there's, new teams, new talent. These are all really, really consequential, and you don't get second chances at a first impression. So it's very critical that organizations get that right. Because they bring their friends and they bring colleagues and they brag about how great it is to work at your organization. So if you want a real advantage, I don't think it's about trying to squeeze the last 10% of someone's time out of their day. It really is about unblocking them, right? And enabling them to be the best version of themselves, which means another aspect of that is, like, don't force people to do 50 things when they're really good at 3, right? When they are experts at 3, maximize the amount of time that they get to spend on those things that they think they're really exceptional at. And so these things they're not impossible to measure, right? You can easily survey that and ask people that and collect that information and use it to inform decisions. But, in general, we look at things like DORA metrics and space metrics are great ways of kind of covering this question from different dimensions. And in more consequential ways to the business than just like, are people busy and am I getting the most out of the talent? And then some things that folks don't think about are measure blocks, measure where people get stuck, right? Measure where people are stuck in meetings that they shouldn't be in, or, you know, every time that they have to go interrupt someone to get help with something. Like, these are massively consequential and usually ignored in favor of things like lines of code and code reviews and everything that folks commonly look for.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, the time in meetings. I mean, I know that there have been studies of developer productivity that show people are spending an awful lot of time in meetings, and context switching is, you know, difficult. You're not going to get the best out of somebody in those situations. Speaking of DORA metrics, Nathan, do you have some thoughts about developer productivity and how to measure the success of platform engineering?
Yes, of course I do. So certainly I believe that DORA metrics are a good way to help validate that your platform engineering efforts are paying off. You want to make sure that the teams that are building their applications on top of the platform are able to ship more often, safely, in a way that makes sense. And the reason you want to do that is because it allows us to run more experiments. And so how often are we trying to figure out what is it that our customers need? What can we learn from our customers? The best way to learn is to put new things in front of them and have that feedback loop so that we can understand what's happening. And I think that, you know, DORA metrics in and of themselves are certainly not enough. You want to look at more things, and DORA would encourage this as well, but understanding the experience that your developers are having and what are they going through. And I think probably the most important thing when we talk about measuring anything is to remember, what are these measures for? And I would argue that they're to drive conversations so that we can find areas where we want to invest to improve. And so if you're measuring things and not making any changes based on what you're learning, if you're not investing in conversations that look at those metrics, if you're not building them into your daily practices, just stop. But they're there to help drive those conversations so that we can improve both our outcomes, but also the experience that everyone on our teams have.
And just in case anyone is not familiar with DORA metrics, you can Google it, but it's also, we've written about it a lot on our website, thenewstack.io.
Absolutely. You can also head over to dora.dev. You'll find everything that you want about DORA metrics there as well.
Excellent. Mallory, do you have some thoughts about measuring developer productivity and platform engineering?
Yeah. So we think a lot about it, obviously, because it's part of why people come to us specifically. And the way, you know, we look at it, DORA metrics are fantastic. But like Nathan said, it's one part of the picture. We see DORA metrics taking a little bit longer to actually be show the impact than other metrics. So we consider them long-term. And I think that's the important way to think about them. They're very much a long-term trend type metrics. So what we've done is we started thinking about some other things that were a little bit more measurable right away. And honestly, probably one of the biggest ones is developer satisfaction. It's very subjective and it's emotional, but that's okay. We can talk about our feelings in platform engineering. And, you know, a rating between 0 and 10 of the processes before, or how you felt about your day-to-day before versus now after this. And I very often will say to teams, like, tell me what sucks right now. Tell me what you wish you could change. And then later we come back to it and be like, okay, what sucks now? Oh, nothing? Cool. All right. Or it's, you know, it's changed. Maybe it's something, the next thing we need to work on. That's one. And one of the other things we wanted to really start looking at too was autonomy. How do we grade autonomy? So what we actually do is it's kind of a metric of time, and it's a metric of steps in a certain process. So if we look at a particular user story, something someone has to do, we measure the complexity of that step, and then we look at it later and say, okay, how is this now improved? It's an instant, able to be measured immediately once something is actually being used. It doesn't take as much time to be visible. So those are the sorts of things we've been thinking about. And we're realizing that they're very quickly able to actually show success.
Yeah, just piling on that for a second. DORA metrics certainly are a lagging indicator of sort of how your engineering process is working. They're also a leading indicator for what your business outcomes are going to be. But I also find, like Mallory, you're spot on. The teams know what hurts. Teams know where the pain is. And I think this is also just another reason to bring in a practice like value stream mapping, and to bring a cross-functional team together and really understand what are all the handoffs, what are all the processes that we have to go through, where are the bottlenecks, because you want to go and attack those bottlenecks and alleviate them. And as you said, Mallory, once we alleviate that pain, there's going to be more pain behind it probably, but at least it'll be different pain, and we can go address that.
And also, as when Mallory was talking about, developer satisfaction, and I mean, obviously, happy developers and engineers are less likely to jump ship, to badmouth your organization when you're trying to their friends who your organization is trying to hire. What does success look like? Assuming this initiative in an organization for platform engineering has been implemented, and what are the measures of success that you should highlight for each group of stakeholders, for the developers, for the C-suite, for the people that for the people who care about the business success of the organization?
So Heather, I'm going to take this one, start with this one, because I also feel that, and I was nodding my head at all the answers that you folks were talking about, because it all resonates with me. And I agree that with Nathan, DORA is, for me, more of an engineering efficiency metric. There is business metrics we always want to make sure that we lean on to. And I also agree with Mallory's perspective of the team needs to know they can do this job and wake up to like a really productive day. So it's really important that they look forward to it. And I had one more thing to share, Heather, before I jump into the value thing.
Absolutely.
Is because it comes from something that Steve mentioned, which is the onboarding win for us, for instance, was not just for the new engineers. So you were right about that. The biggest win we saw was people who were coming back to the team to refactor something that they touched 5 years ago. And they were like, I did not know it's this easy to come back and do this. So I'm excited. I want to make more changes and implement more ideas. So that is a big win. So I'm going to cue off of that into the question that Heather, you asked. For me, it has always been a question about, if we have an idea, if we come up with a thought, how soon can we get that to production? How soon can we make top line revenue goals achieved through that? Right. So there is a whole bunch of ideas in every company, and usually not all of them see the daylight. And so for me, that was essentially how I was challenging the value for but rather than saying providing more insight into the value for platform engineering was through that. And so just to be clear, we used to call it dev enablement. I continue to call it enablement because I feel like that's more in service of developers rather than dev productivity, which seems a little bit like you're extracting something from them, which is not the goal here. But for me, that is how I would advocate to the C-suite, is by using the ideas that essentially take these ideas to production. Like, how do we get this idea to production in the fastest time possible? Because that's what they are looking for. They're looking for, how do I make sure that the business can run faster? How do we accelerate on this journey? And mainly top line revenue. If it's not touching top line revenue, it's really hard for you to make that discussion really stick.
Who wants to go next? Talking about what success looks like.
I think that, back to what I said earlier, not to beat the same drum, but the businesses are economic organizations, right? So I think that there's a critical aspect of this that needs to be top of mind, where you're thinking about the value chain of the organization, all the way from your customer to those internal customers and back to, the contributors that are developing the capabilities that get consumed. And, you start to look at your organization as a network of capabilities, and, platforms being interfaces for those capabilities, for the consumption and production of those capabilities, and encapsulating those capabilities. And I think that good looks like not only integrity of that network, so almost like convergence of that network, right? You think about the internet as a network, it converges, and it's a group of different nodes that can all interconnect and deliver information from one place to another reliably. Organizations are delivering work and transforming that into value for end customers. And so I think, you have to really put strategy as the first stop on this journey and think about what is the existing value chain in the business that might consist of individual people who get tapped on the shoulder for stuff, and think about what are people going to those people for? What is the capability that's being created and delivered there? And how do we encapsulate that? How do we remove it as a bottleneck and deliver it as a service more consistently and more scalably? So for me, it's a question of creating a new view of the organization in terms of dependencies and capabilities and flow of work. And I don't see a lot of folks really at that level yet. But I think that's really where it clicks. That's really where you start to have incredible conversations, not only with business leaders, and you get people really excited about leverage and opportunities, and the pocketbook's open, and people start to understand how these individual contributions can really add up into ultimately what matters most to the business. Which takes us beyond let's try this out, let's experiment, what if, you can start to craft business cases for these things that are very powerful and differentiating.
Nathan and Mallory, do you have thoughts about what's success? Mallory?
Yeah, it's a lot of all the same things, and realistically, success is measured across the entire organization. It's about those outcomes, and if you set those goals in the beginning, those outcomes to be business focused, and you do things right, it's likely you're going to achieve them. Success also is just in people's satisfaction, in human psychological safety. A psychologically safe organization is a happy organization, and it drives innovation and it drives success. So that would be the one thing I would for sure add on to the business case, as well as the technological case success measurement.
I want to say one thing. Sorry, but Nathan, before you go ahead, I want to say one thing that Mallory pointed out here, which is that psychological safety piece, right? I just want to be very mindful of saying that platform engineering is not the only way to achieve that psychological safety. But platform engineering does provide the ability for developers to feel much more safe about what they're working on, because they feel that it's achievable instead of feeling that cognitive load. There's no way I can get to it. But I do want to point out, there is more ways that, and people should discuss that separately, not in this discussion, but there is more ways to achieve that. Platform engineering is not the only way. But yeah, thanks.
And I just want to jump in before Nathan finishes us off here. Psychological safety, of course, meaning you can speak up in your team without fear of retribution. You can speak your mind, and which is important in solving any problems. Everyone being able to speak up with their ideas. Nathan.
Yeah, sure. So just coming back to what does successful platform engineering look like? I think just echoing what everyone has said and maybe putting a little button on it. It's about getting the organization aligned and driving that alignment and engagement across the organization. We're all working towards the same goal. That goal, hopefully, is happy customers. And so when we can see and we can feel that alignment, or maybe we can feel when our teams are misaligned, that always pops out. So you'll start to see your organization much more aligned towards achieving those goals. And that leads to much more engaged employees that have higher job satisfaction, less burnout, and an environment with psychological safety is a great way to help get there.
Vila, did you want to?
Yeah, I had one more thing that I want to share, which is,
okay.
I think the theme for me that I'm hearing from everyone is you cannot invest and do platform engineering for the sake of just doing platform engineering. The goal is really moving the business forward, giving your devs the the space, safe space for them to really work, the productive space for them to really work. Right? Like I think that's how I see it, and I think platform engineering by itself would die out if you're not really helping the business.
And with that, we'll wrap up. I want to thank Nathan Harvey from Google Cloud, Mallory Haig from Humanitech, and Steve Pereira from Visible, and Vilas Viragavan from Truckstop. And this has been Heather Joslin from the New Stack, and thank you very much for joining us. And on to the rest of PlatformCon.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And we are back live. I really love this like music in the build-up. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the final panel. It couldn't be more final. It's the grand finale, final day, final panel, final everything. We are about to wrap up. I think what's been an amazing week of platform engineering. Super fun. There were a lot of in-person events, virtual workshops, talks all the time, action in the Slack, super cool. And so I'm really happy that we get to wrap this up together. We tell us in the chat, I know that this is live in a few places on the YouTube, on LinkedIn, on the Slack. So wherever you are, just tell us where you're joining from. And as usual, if you have any questions, any topics that you want us to cover, just drop in there. We'll try to discuss it as we go through. What we're discussing today, right now, is what's hottest in platform engineering. In general, I think it'd be great to take a look back at the week. What were the highlights? What are some of the things that we want to discuss? Looking back, but also looking ahead in platform engineering, and what's hottest and what the future holds. So to do that, I'm joined by Chanzu, who's a senior solution architect at Red Hat. Hey, Chanzu, how you doing?
Hello, I'm fine. How about you?
Good to see you. AJ, who's the head of platform engineering at ThoughtWorks. Hey, AJ, good to have you.
How are you?
And finally, James, who's a solution architect manager and big platform engineering advocate at Google.
Hey, great to be here.
Cool. So before we jump into the juicy bits, I thought it would be fun to just have a quick kind of run around the horn on the highlights. So your highlights of the week, whether it was talks or events that you attended or anything else in between. What do you have? AJ, why don't you kick us off?
Absolutely. This has been a phenomenal week, right? I mean, so when you were actually doing all the build-up saying that we got 35,000 attendees coming in, I was thinking, this is not going to be as big as last time. But I mean, I was so wrong. It was amazing energy across the board. The kind of presentations and everything was just out of this world. And I did talk to some of the folks who attended live events, and the energy there was something else. And unfortunately, I couldn't do it. So before I tell the highlights of like what I found to be the phenomenal talks, I have to, confess that I haven't watched all the presentations yet. I mean, that's going to be my weekend activity starting tomorrow. But
wait, you haven't watched 156 talks?
No, I have not, right?
Dang.
So we've been playing in the background, right? So, but I want to call out like a few things, right? Just to give a shout out for some of the really unique ones, right? The first thing, if you haven't watched that conversation between Kelsey Hightower and Casper, definitely give it a go. There's some amazing thoughts being shared between them, right? And I will actually maybe start with a quiz. One of the things that Kelsey says that silos are good. Have you ever heard that before? If you haven't, go listen to that. He will explain why. So amazing stuff, right? That's more like a fireside chat. Another one that I think was phenomenal. Again, I'm a big believer in platform as product idea, and all of us are here. And so the talk by April on scaling platform teams with product and how does that work? I thought that was really good. April is from RIA Group, and again, she has some practical applications of doing it, because sometimes when we talk about platform as a product, the whole idea is that conceptually it makes sense. How does it really work from a specific example? That was really good. Another one I want to call out, and this is from the folks at Humanitech. We keep talking about SCORE and the open source version of SCORE and things like that. The whole idea of like, how do you actually use SCORE in an open source workload specification? So essentially to achieve what we really want, essentially trying to reduce that configuration inconsistencies. Even my talk was mostly around that. And how do you actually make sure that we reduce those kinds of challenges for the developers? So this one, particularly by Ben and Susan, I believe, and I think was phenomenal. So I think definitely give it, prioritize that to the top of your list. The last one I want to call out is from Spotify, right? So what's platform engineering or developer experience without talking about Spotify. So they have this amazing talk on embracing GitOps at Spotify. So typically, I have a lot of people, including people in my team, when they first hear GitOps, GitOps, no, I mean, been there, done that, don't want to talk about it. But definitely give this a go. This is really interesting. They're talking about how they are using GitOps to manage infrastructure, builds deployments, as well as monitoring. So 4 highlights. I'm sure there's going to be 40 by the end of this weekend, but that's where I would start.
Awesome. Chanzi, what do you got?
Yeah, cool. Oh, well, as just like AJ, I couldn't watch the whole talk, but I did my best during the day, when, like in between meetings, when I had time. I had the YouTube on the background all the time. I was unmuting sometimes because of the work. But it was really great week. And actually, the most striking thing for me is to see that how this platform engineering and platform as a product idea became like really a reality, more than just like some sort of a chant, some sort of a fancy stuff, the new hype. But like, it was amazing to see that people actually started talking about how to scale their approach, how to actually more focused on the measurement sides, because people started doing that, and now people more focused on how they can show more value of their platform initiatives. So there were some talks around like how to actually bring in the stakeholders in to more be involved, to help them to shape the product. Like there was this talk from Manuel Paye about these from fragile to unfragile platforms, and there he was really talking about really helpful ideas about how you can actually communicate the platform value with your CFO or some non-technical part of the organization. And also like there were really great some war stories, like how the platforms were evolved over time within the organizations, like this talk from New York Times. And then when you actually watching this kind of talks, you see that like everybody actually like talking about people, process, and technology in all talks, no matter whether that talk was in the impact column or in just the cultural side or just the tech side. Everyone was touching on the people aspects and the process aspects a lot. So that was really made me happy. And there was this talk from Nikki Watt that explained in the maturity model of platform engineering, this from the CNCF model, and how this can actually help people to create some sort of a roadmap. That was really helpful as well, because now that's a reality, now that's a thing. And then you also see that from last year, especially when you compare that, there were some neglecting around infrastructure bits, and now that this focus is coming back, like how site reliability engineering practices can help people to actually create some resilience and reliable platforms. And because at the beginning, everyone was more focusing on the rightfully on like the developer experience parts, on the container platforms, but then people started to see the shortcomings of neglecting the infrastructure bit, and it was really made me happy to see the talks around infrastructure side as well, like because infrastructure is the backbone of these things, and platform is like the interface. I heard it in one of the talks. I just cannot remember which one was that, but that was a really good call out as well about how the infrastructure has a play in all these as well. So I was really good week, and those things kind of like stuck with me throughout the whole week. Yeah.
That's awesome. James, what do you have?
I mean, there's a load of good ones there, right? Like I'm not just gonna go through like all the same ones, but I would shout out like specifically the platform as a product piece, right? Like it's fantastic to see that that's become the new normal in this space in a very short period of time. There's an element here that's what really makes platforms instead of just shared infrastructure. That there is an element of when we're talking about platform as a product, that we're doing something different this time, right? We're not just rehashing those same things over and over. So, appreciate that from some of the folks here, right? But as well, like some of the talks from Red Hat, for instance. But I like the way that even talks that weren't specifically about it kind of just viewed that as the norm, right? Like that I think is great. And then I think there's another piece, like in really in a few short years, we've kind of got to the stage where we're moving up the stack a little bit. It's not to diminish some of the work on the cool tech stuff. Like I'm an infrastructure person, like I love building cool stuff. So that's not gone away, but it's become something that we're like, hey, we're now just fixing problems that we see at the same time, it's great to see talks from some of the DevOps community. I love talking to Brian Fence's very no nonsense about some of these topics. So I love to see the DevOps community sort of looking at this and saying like, hey, some of this stuff isn't new. And it's like, no, it's not, right? Like, that's fine. What we're trying to do is iterate. We're trying continuous improvement. All the things we learned from DevOps, right? We're trying to make things better. And so it's great to see those talks. It's great to see, Steve, I know on the sort of value stream mapping piece, that couldn't be like any more relevant for platform engineering, right? If you're not doing some of those pieces, like how do you know you're building the right platform? Like, it's not obvious if we're not looking at our business stakeholders, so great to see that. I love some of the insights. Gregor always gives some really good insights on sort of how things work, right? Like the meta view of platform engineering, I think is still evolving. And so there's some great things there. And I'm still a Kelsey, like all the Google folks are still a Kelsey fanboy, right? So I get that, right? Where, I love hearing his view on that sort of measured piece in terms of like where we are, where we're going, and that was another exciting one for me as well.
Love it. All right, cool. I feel like we can just jump right in because there's some very interesting threads here that we can just start developing. And I think, I feel like we've seen, all like a good amount of key trends, like very clearly emerging throughout the week from more established ones, like the ones that you mentioned, like platform as a product, and maybe like reference architectures that have now been around for a year. And you could see, I think, like 15, 20 talks that actually show them and use them, to others that, I think have been eating up in the last year, especially, I think, as you're pointing out, right, as organizations are maturing in their platform engineering practice. And so I feel like we could actually start with maybe one of the most, fundamental features of platform engineering, which is platform as a product, right? Because it's really, I think, you've all mentioned it, right? But it's also what I feel like, to your point, James, is kind of like distinguishes maybe some of the old iteration to this like newest iteration, right? I've actually I gave a talk on the Wednesday around like how platform engineering is effectively just like a reincarnation of DevOps, but maybe with this more of a product mindset. So why don't we kick off with that? Maybe actually just by giving a definition, Chanzu, if you don't mind, like what is platform as a product? What do we mean? Why is it relevant? And maybe why is it different from what's new about it? Why should people that maybe come from different backgrounds should even care about this?
Well, in the simplest term, platform as a product is basically bringing the product mindset into the platform engineering, into the developing the platform work. And the reason that people should care about this is mainly that the whole product mindset is bringing the users into the heart of everything. So it kind of starts from that you put yourself in the shoes of the users and then building the product, building your platform actually that kind of fit for the needs of like fit for their needs. So because before what we've been seeing in the organizations is that there is these IT organization, like there are some teams within the IT that are building their this platform or some processes by things that how they think is the best for them without actually really communicating, like without actually asking them how they would like to access to, how they would like to onboard their applications, how they would like to access the platform and things like that, which kind of create a wall between them, like because really the whole point of in here is that bringing them as early on and then get their feedback as and then kind of shape your platform based on their feedback. And in the product mindset, it's not just the technology bit, but you kind of look at in the feasibility side of the product, like how this kind of fit in our organization, like what's the needs out there, what's the first features that we need to deliver. So kind of you are bringing your platform in a way that your actual developers want, your actual developers needs, and you kind of focus your backlog, you kind of focus your development efforts based on their needs and based on their requests. And developers are the heart of the platform, heart of the part of a product, but actually your other stakeholders there are these other stakeholders that you need to also bring into the game, that you need to get their feedback, that you need to get their buy-in, because also you have these stakeholders who kind of pay for your platform, who kind of help you to shape your platform for things like whether it could be like security, compliance, regulatory type of things. And product mindset also helps you to keep them in mind, keep them in the loop all the time, and getting their feedbacks as timely or as early on, so that you don't have to go back and refactor it, or like building something that actually not fit for your organization, or it's not going to be used. So it's actually really helping you to reduce the effort and keeping your developers happy, because you are kind of developing the platform as a product incrementally, and delivering it in a way that they would actually happily consume it. So kind of neglect the keeping this like possibility of that they're like gonna create some sort of shadow IT because your platform is not for their needs, or like they're becoming unhappy, and that leads them to be inefficient. Since you are caring about them, since you are showing care about them with this product mindset, by putting them on the heart of it, and putting yourself in their shoes, kind of you are really building something that is going to be useful for them. It's going to become something that they would love to use. So that's the main difference, I think, that building something with the good practices, but also you are building this thing based literally just fit for a purpose, literally fit for your target audience needs. So
yeah, absolutely. Where your audience, right, your internal customers, which ultimately are the developers, right? And I really, I feel like they're the kind of like the product mindset, right, is super important in this change. But the other thing is also, I think, what you're implicitly touching on, which is this communication, right? This being able to like bring all these different stakeholders on the journey with you becomes an extremely important role. Maybe it's the platform product manager or the head of platform. Like there's every organization has their kind of different role, but like some leader that not only is leading the team that's building the platform, but it's actually kind of leading the entire initiative across the organization and can speak the language of the different stakeholders, right? Because to your point earlier, Chanzu, we sometimes forget about some of them, right? We forget, for instance, about the infrastructure people because we're so focused on developers and so on. And so how do you mediate that, AJ, and how do you bring in like these different perspectives and what's important for these different stakeholder groups?
Absolutely, and great question, right? Because one of the things that we sometimes tend to get confused between is like when we talk about platform as a product, there is this mindset that, okay, this is an extremely complex task that's going to take a long time to do. First thing that we need to think about is that anytime you're building an engineering platform or any of these platforms, think about it from your minimum viable platform, an MVP idea. Because the idea is that if you can show that value soon, it becomes far more easier for you to build on it. Who are your stakeholders are. So typically the way we try and approach this is that we used to call this MVP idea, we used to typically call it like years back as internal accelerators, right? So teams here at ThoughtWorks, we work with a lot of clients. So when we work with them, we actually build this internal accelerators. So it's a simple concept, right? Again, think of it like what we use as like blueprints and reference architectures and things like that, that we use more in the industry today. But if you have to go from 0 to 100 to build your complete set of capabilities that you want to build in your platform, how about if we actually provide you that accelerator, provide you that quick results by going from 0 to 30 right off the bat? That makes the whole process a lot more easier. So when it comes to the stakeholders, managing the stakeholders and bringing that kind of alignment among them, first thing we really need to think about is that what is it that's most important from a business value point of view? Again, see that I'm sort of translating that engineering requirements or the developer requirements to the actual outcomes. That is where that technical product management mindset comes in, and start with that. You should never really start with saying that, yeah, I'm going to actually build some engineering platform capabilities because everybody knows it. I'm sorry to say, no, not everybody knows that, right? So you need to start with your business value, work backwards, and say that how do you actually accomplish that business value? Because everybody can understand the whole idea of increasing your revenues and reducing your costs, right? Starting as simple as that. Then think about what are those capabilities that you could build as part of your platform that will enable that. Then that in itself will have like tentacles, and that'll have like 20 different components to it, which will touch each of the different groups we talk about. It'll touch the developer teams, it'll touch the testing teams, it'll touch the compliance teams, it'll touch the governance teams. It'll touch every what we typically call as your NFRs, your non-functional requirements, because those are the kind of things sometimes developers struggle with, right? Because they know how to do their domain code, they know how to build the product, but if I have to do all these things with all these abilities that I have to think about, how do I do that? So ensure that your platform capabilities that you're building upfront is doing that, and make sure that your MVP is sort of covering that.
Love that. And so, I mean, you touched on this like blueprint idea, right? This reference architectures, and we've actually hosted a conversation at Google Next in Vegas with James a couple months ago, where we kind of went through, right, like what this, for example, what a reference architecture for Google could look like, right? But you could have any sort of blueprint on any cloud or multi-cloud hybrid and so on. And so, because I feel like you could, especially for newcomers, right? If it's not your first, if not the like the 10th platform that you're building, but it's like the first time, right? And you're like, all right, I get the hype, right? I get that we need to create this business value that you were talking about, AJ. I get that we need to solve this problem, right? This lack of self-service and standardization that you mentioned, Chanzu. But like, how do I get started, right? Like, I look at the CNCF landscape and it's like, boom, right? It's like completely overwhelming, and it's like, I get the ideas, but like, what does it look like in practice, right? And I mean, we have actually a full track on that at PlatformCon. It's called Blueprint, specifically for that reason. So, like, how, what type of blueprints have you seen work, James? Whether it's smaller teams or enterprise, how important are they? And what's maybe some of the most interesting use cases that you've seen in terms of like, hey, this is really what helped align a bunch of people around, okay, like this is how you can kind of fit this thing together and have something that makes sense for our own needs, right? Because you have to tweak it for every organization.
Yeah, for sure. And then so I'll give a quick one for the lawyer cats first. I just like to say, like, this one's probably like, this is very much more my personal opinion. This isn't going to be the Google official one, and I think that might make this a more fun conversation. I think the key part there is, and I've worked a long time as an architect, right? And I'm okay with the criticism that we're all there with the whiteboard pens and stuff like that. When we talk about like a modern architecture, the reality is that it should be more than just a whiteboard. It should be more than just a diagram, right? We encourage people. I certainly encourage people in my team and the teams around me. We try and build stuff. We try and build these architectures. We try and build demos or components that will work, right? That will provide tangible, practical solutions to problems. And so I think we've got a pretty strong steer that don't go back into the ivory tower. Don't look at what you think is perfect. I think there was a great talk. I think it's Kat Morris on like brownfield. It's 2024, right? Like there's no greenfield systems. That doesn't exist, right? Every time we speak to customers, that like, oh, should I build a new platform? I'm like, well, what about your existing one? Oh, well, I don't like it, but it's there. Like it exists. So you don't have the luxury of just going and getting one of these templates, speaking to the architects in the ivory tower, and then, deploying this greenfield thing that will be magic. Like the reality of your workplace is that there will be a load of brownfield stuff you need to weave together, right? A load of capabilities that need to get done with that. So, I think the ones that have worked best are the ones which are pragmatic, composable. For a long time, we've asked our developers to work with things like microservices at scale. Where's our micro platforms? Like it's almost like we're repeating the same lessons. Like way too many times I go to customers and I'm like, what have you done? Why have you built this Teralith? Why is this giant monolithic Terraform thing existing here? Like, you should break this into smaller chunks. Let's do, and Gregor as well, like DDD. We know these lessons from the past around this. So, the best way of looking at architectures and reference architectures, this is a way of us seeing how things could look. And then we're going to compose that in our own environments. We're going to take the components that work for us, modular, composable, all the things we tell our developers to do. Why aren't we following our own rules, right? Where are the micro platforms? Like, we're not really good at that, and we've got to get better, I think, in those pieces. So, absolutely, don't start from scratch. Like, if you think like, no, this is my company's unique and custom, I don't need a reference architecture. Why not go look at one of the reference architectures? Why not go and look at and again, that's not just a Google Cloud thing. I'm keen to point out, like, we're comfortable with people have multi-cloud, right? There's a reality to the world. Some people have on-premise things. Like, that's okay. Go use one of those reference architectures for the right use case, for the right scenario, for the right things for your business. Don't go into the ivory tower. We've tried that. It didn't work. Use those things and think about composability. Think about how you take those and make them work in your brownfield environments. No one's building a platform from scratch in 2024.
Right. I love that, and I think that's actually one of the things that has been a much more active conversation in the community in the last 6 months or so. Right. This idea of, like, at the end of the day, you should treat your platform as like you have a front end, you have a back end, right? And where do you start from, basically, right? And we've seen a lot of times in the community this tendency of, like, all right, well, just start from the front end because it's easier, right? Because it's just like you can just put something on top. To your point, James, of like, here's this existing whatever it is. Let me put something on top. Just say, hey, I'm doing platform engineering. This is great, right? And I have some like pretty dashboard that I can show to executives and so on. And the problem with that is that then as you're like, okay, now you're doing platform engineering, let's keep going. Then you keep, like, adding logic modules into a place that potentially shouldn't have logic modules, right? Because if there's one thing that we've learned, right, from like building microservice architecture and so on, is like you have this like single responsibility principle, and you should have like front ends and there shouldn't be back ends and so on, right? And so I think that's a very interesting thing that we've seen of people realizing, hey, I need to start, and it's interesting because we actually had an article published on platformengineering.org by Aaron Erickson. This is back 2 or 3 years ago. And Aaron was the leader of the internal platform engineering initiative at Salesforce. And he was saying, look, building a platform is kind of like building a house. If you don't want to start from like the door and the windows, right? You need to like build some sort of foundation first, and then add things later, right? And so similar thing with the platform, you kind of want to start from the back end and then work your way up to the different interfaces. So how have you seen that? Like, how important is that, AJ? And how have you seen that like kind of like play out in the space right now?
This has what you just asked, right? I mean, this has got relevance far beyond, an approach to doing it. Let's just look at it from the point of view of economics, right? From the point of view of if you're asking an organization to invest in it, because there are some people who are innately motivated, who have attended conferences like PlatformCon and grabbed all this ideas and information, and are the decision makers in their organization to go make it happen. But then there is the other class, which is the majority of the people who are, really interested in understanding all the kind of things that's happening. Now they have to go convince their organization, okay, here's how you should be doing it. So this is where a lot of the stuff that we're talking about would come into play, right? So what we are really talking about is that they have to go do 2 things. One is really make sure that they understand the value of what you're doing. There, some of the ideas that James talked about from this composable platforms idea would come in. But because what you really want to do at that point is not start from scratch and take for an infinite amount of time or like a more than a finite amount of time to actually go do this. So what you do is really start with articulating that value, saying, okay, here's the value that I could get out of it. And how do I do that? But I do that by creating, you look at your existing ecosystem. And again, the point James made earlier, right? there's no greenfield really. You already, if you don't know that you're using a platform, maybe you should go look at what you're doing one more time, right? Maybe you're already doing one. So look at that platform, look at your foundation, make sure that your foundation layer is set. And that's where you might actually get some pushback, right? So if you want to really do things right, we all know it takes more time. So if you're building your foundations right and then going to build the capabilities on top of it, you're probably going to get some pushback from the decision makers, the people who actually sign the check, saying that it's taking too much time, there's not enough value. So how about you look at it from a composable platform's point of view? You build your foundation, but at the same time start articulating the value with the integrations that you can do, with the reference architectures that you can do, with the blueprints that's out there. That becomes a lot more compelling argument. Now comes the actual value realization in that process. And as you can see, I'm sort of keep going back to this whole idea about make sure that your business sees the value, because I've been burned a million times with that myself. I'm sure a lot of this audience been too, right? We all go and do this best thing possible and only to get nuked, somewhere along the way. So when you look at the value, again, try and make sure that it's not just the developer value that you're really talking about. So we overemphasize on the fact that it's all about developers. Yes, it's all about developers. Now let's take a step back and redefine developers, right? What do you mean by developers in 2024? Are these people who are just going to be just the people who write those functional domain code, or all the people who actually support that overall ecosystem for your path to production? So think about value from the point of view of each of those people, each of those stakeholders in that thing. Then building your foundation would become a lot more sensible, because you're not going to build everything right off the bat. You're going to build those essential foundation layers that are needed for the capabilities that you're building, because your blueprints and your reference architectures are going to give you a lot of things out of the box that can help you show that value. So it's a question of creating that strategic mindset, as opposed to just let's go do something, let's go build something and get away with it. No, take that strategic approach. That doesn't always mean that you build. I mean, again, we all believe in agile, right? I mean, all the time. And again, coming from ThoughtWorks, I have to throw in this word agile a couple of times, right? I mean, before I get out of this. So yeah, so have that agile mindset when you really think about this, and have your strategy be agile too, right? Not just your implementation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this I think we keep going back to this, just the importance of this cultural component, right? So many times, especially people that are just entering the community, see are like, hey, what's the back tech stack? And very rarely that really matters, right? At the end of the day, it's more about how you get all these different stakeholders on board. And also how do you, we talked about minimum viable platforms, which is really the very beginning, but also what comes after that, right? How do you get the first team, and then how do you iterate from there? So Chance, in your experience, how do you even identify if I'm a platform team and I'm building, should I onboard the first application and have it ready and then kind of get the developers on? Should I start working with the first team right away and kind of lighthouse or pioneer that with them? And then how do you move beyond that first team, right?
Yeah, I think there was a talk, I think it was from Humanitech, about the examples and stories, how they are really powerful about helping people to adapt the platform. So how do you start? And there is always some people that you can find, some teams you can find that these early adopters that you can they're eager to actually try, they're eager to be your testers, so to say. So be really take care about them, really hear about them, value about their feedback, and take them with you to the journey. So find these early adopters and actually do things with them and get listen to them and make kind of follow this agile development process, AJ called that, release early, release often, and basically nurture them and then use them to help you tell the stories, tell the success stories rest of the organization, so that they can become your evangelists within the organization. They can become your advertisers about the platforms, and the rest will hopefully get excited same like as excited as them, and they can also come and would like to try, and this will also give you more diverse audience and help you to actually tailor the processes to address more diverse needs, and they will help you to actually bring more workloads to the platform. Initially, always there will be some more hand holding. We always say that platforms should be self-service, it's more API based, and it should be intuitive if in order to be called it a good platform. But at the beginning, you are at the beginning of your journey, you are doing things something new for your organization. So it's totally normal that you'll do some hand holding for some teams. So maybe you are going to onboard some teams or the applications together with development teams, but you'll learn from that and you'll actually evolve your approach and make it more self-service. But it's totally fine to have those people around and then actually share the stories. Make sure that you have these success stories at the beginning, and then talk about this, amplify this, and the others will. I'm sure the others will follow. At least based on our experience, we always had this kind of an open door policy when we were building the platforms and the platform engineering teams. And there was always some teams coming in and asking us questions, understanding more. And at the beginning, we were always sitting shoulder by shoulder, and we were watching them how they would like to use the platform, what kind of things that they are really carrying on the screen, and that's kind of drop the number over the time because the platform became more intuitive and kind of month-to-month verse, people kind of helped each other, etc. So that's normal. At the beginning, you'll maybe you are the one deploying some stuff with them, onboarding stuff with them, but use that opportunity to learn and basically evolve your platform. Well.
Awesome. Okay, I feel like we've kind of covered a good amount of ground in terms of this is the core of how you build platforms, right? These are the core concepts that are really important. What are kind of the hot shiny new things that you're seeing emerging in the space that are maybe not as established yet, but feel like they have some interesting potential? James, what do you have?
So it's not going to be a talk in 24 without me saying AI. And again, this is not Google. Google has a whole set of marketing opinions. You can go get that. We can talk about that separately. But my personal opinion, right? I have this conversation with a lot of people on where AI is, how that works, how does it overlay with platform engineering. If those topics haven't come up for you yet, they're gonna you're gonna be having those conversations, right? We've got to be very clear about that. One of the things that I learned from one of the sort of long-term Googlers in this space, Todd, was there's really two types I think in this space that we should think about. One is to put it sort of in a very simplistic way, there's AI for platforms, and I guess there's platforms for AI. And we've got to kind of break those two a little bit in, and obviously there's overlaps, right? We've got to think about that a little bit. So, one of the first things when people say, I really want to get a model running and I want to do some training and I need to build a pipeline, I'm going to need to hire a lot of data scientists. I'm like, really? You're going to need to hire a lot of DevOps people, right? This is ML ops is just DevOps with data, right? And I'm aware, don't worry, that there's more complexity to that, but the core of it is not different. So we've got to get much better at when someone says well, should I do AI or should I do platform engineering? Stop. Hang on a second. If you want to do a lot of AI right now, you've got to get good at platform engineering. That's a really important topic. We should not be fighting each other. These are very complementary. And I think that's going to be a big one over the next couple of years, is to stop thinking of those as in conflict and start saying a really good platform will be a big differentiator for you in terms of rapidly deploying AI in your organizations. All of the bits that we talk about, security, compliance, guardrails, golden paths, critical for those systems. People are how do I trust my models? How do I know they're doing the right things? Where is my data being stored? Is PII, regulatory compliance? These are all the things that we can put into our platforms. Let's do that, right? Let's be friends. There's no need for us to be competing with each other in these spaces. And that's really the sort of, how we use platforms for AI. There is a whole nother thread, and that is AI for platforms. And people are like, well, maybe I don't need platform engineers, right? Because I'm just going to get AI to do it. Maybe, right? Like I can't predict the future. That's entirely feasible. I think what I can say is, and I love the Bill Gates quote here, which is, we have very different views of like, how we predict timelines, right? And I think his view, in short, was, we always overestimate the change of the next couple of years. We always think that a lot's going to happen in the next couple of years. We always underestimate what's going to happen in 10 years' time. And actually, I think, a lot of things that are going to happen in 10 years' time are going to be very transformative. But in 2 years' time, I'm still going to be having this conversation. I'm still going to be saying, like, please get your data hygiene in a good space. Please use version control. Like, if you're a data scientist and you're not using version control, today's the day. So, some of those basics still need to continue. And I think that will also be the 2-year, 10-year view, I think also needs to be, very much looked at. And I think the final thing that we often talk about a lot is the platform itself, the microservices that exist in your organization, the culture, this sort of soup. We're starting to think of that more as an ecosystem, right? Less as a sort of rigid set of technical things that we build, and more as an ecosystem, like part of the things that have grown up over time, new things we're introducing to the ecosystem, a mesh of all those components together. And instead of taking these systems and trying to break them into components and tackling them in a very sort of traditional engineering way, what if we looked at it as a complex adaptive system? What if we looked at all these things as a wider ecosystem? I think that's going to be, especially very large companies, especially with a lot of technology, we've got to look at an ecosystem model and not as like a very precise, again, the ivory tower prescriptive model in that space. So I think you'll hear the word ecosystem from me a lot going forward, and I think you will from others. But the concept, I think, is more important than the wording.
And when you think about like AI for platforms, right? Like, is it mostly, and especially obviously the whole like LLM thing, is it mostly kind of like the interface bit of it in your view, or?
I think the crucial bit is that the event horizon of this is very difficult. It's very short, right? So it's very difficult to tell what value is in some of these pieces. And we know from the sort of tech adoption journey that often the things that end up being valuable aren't the things we thought immediately were, right? When we didn't think of that Amazon would be a thing when we made the internet, like we're like, what does that mean? Like what? So the things that will probably become important there. Right now, I speak with SRE colleagues and they're like, I'm going to get an LLM and it's going to look through my logs. And I'm like, that's great. Immediate results. I see that's great. Is that the thing in 2 years' time or 10 years' time? I don't think so. I think there's more to that, but the event horizon is too short for us, I think, in that. And so back to what do? We do an MVP. We try stuff, we continuously improve, and when we go through that iteration journey, rather than trying to pick the winner now, which I don't think we're going to be able to do.
Yeah, I think that's some wise words, James. AJ, what do you think? What does the future hold as we're wrapping up here? Because I've realized this is actually supposed to go 45 minutes, not 1 hour.
Yeah, I'll quickly go through it. I mean, there are some, you could probably talk about this specific topic for 5 hours, right? I mean, there's so much of things that's happening in the space. So I'm going to completely gloss over the DX, the developer experience part, as well as the platform as a product. And Chancellor covered a lot of aspects on our platform as a product. So those two things, you cannot actually, ignore that. And when we talk about this, what's hot, right? Because those are the kind of things we talk about. But let's talk about a few other things. James did give a good overview of composable platforms. To me, that is going to be the huge future, right? So what we are really talking about is this, flexible modular architecture that enables business as a whole to adapt quickly to changing market conditions, right? It's not about, again, see, I'm not talking about the engineering. I'm talking about the business at that side. So this would be a huge part of how we really start thinking about platform and platform engineering as we move forward. Another one closely related to that, and I was going to call it a very, close cousin, connected platforms, right? So as you start creating composable platforms, you really, and we'd also talked about there is no greenfield anymore. Yeah, this concept of connected platforms is going to be huge. So this is where you're really building synergies, connecting your, your digital assets, your physical assets, because some of the places where we are applying platform engineering is no longer this old, or the newer digital native kind of places, right? We are talking about really old, traditional 100-year-old companies who are actually doing this. So they got lots of different assets that would really require that operational efficiency. Those connected platforms would be huge in making some of those kinds of decisions. Another one, you might find this surprising, right? We have been talking about, ever since the advent of cloud, we've been talking about ephemeral environments. I still find in my line of work, very few companies who are really doing this right and everybody wanting to do it. I mean, the idea is fairly simple, right? You create your temporary isolated environments that you can quickly test and fix things. This has been a huge challenge. How platform engineering can influence that is going to be a huge part. This is exactly what we are hearing from the field. Similarly, on the developer side of things, I mean, again, don't need to talk about this explicitly, but always comes up, right? Kubernetes, everything is Kubernetes, but how do you make it more user-friendly? This is a struggle that nobody has gotten around to, right? We all are trying to do that, but that is a thing. Then the whole thing about, James brought up the whole thing about AI, but, I would even really look at it from the point of view of data side of things. So how do you create those personalized experiences using platforms? So, internally at ThoughtWorks, one of the things we talk about is that we have this data and AI practice and we have this platform engineering practice. We are always looking for ways to bring that together because the platform engineering with data creates that highly personalized experiences. Specifically on the AI side of things, there are a lot of things that it touches, but I would specifically call out something like AI-powered observability, right? I mean, so how do you enhance your observability using AI? And that directly fits into the whole, pretty much all the different planes within platform engineering. Again, another one is composite AI, right? So again, we are really talking about generative AI more these days, but how about the causal AI and the predictive AI? Those kinds of things we have been using for years together, right? How do you actually create that composite system? And I think that is gaining traction. And over the next year, I would predict that, in 2025 PlatformCon, I would see definitely a lot more presentations on that one. This is a huge trend that is coming to this. So think of it like that composite AI. Ultimately, end of the day, I want to end with this particular thing that I've been talking about from the beginning. Essentially, like organizations are looking for value. So where is that value coming from? The resilience with some kind of digital immune systems, right? You build all these things. Am I really seeing that value today? Or am I going to see the value 5 years down the road or 2 years down the road? Nobody's going to buy that. So creating those continuous, we have talked about always continuous monitoring, but more and fault-tolerant architectures, we have talked about all of that. How do you bring it all together under the umbrella of platform engineering? I think that is going to be the huge thing that brings it all together into the day.
Love that. Rapid fire. Chanzu, any closing thoughts from you?
I'll be quick because conscious of time. Because both AJ and James already said great things, but I want to second on James' ecosystem point of view, because I think what we're going to see next year's talks about like how companies created the platform teams, not a platform team, because because the companies started to actually invest in platform engineering more and more, and they will realize that there are more actually streams like value streams within the platform, their platform teams. So we'll see some probably like really nice stories around how they use some like event storming from domain-driven design to understand the boundaries of their platforms and then establish those boundaries and actually form the teams focusing on those boundaries and how kind of like an API-based integrations between those different streams, while actually it is being perceived as one platform, one entry point for the rest of the organization. So the investment will go like more and more, and then we'll see that how actually companies, platform teams being grown, and these all gonna depend on all this like composable part of it, like the blueprints will help on these things. So there is this one, and I think now that like everybody start focusing on the developer experience. That's one thing, and there are all these like great measurements about like how to measure developer experience. The second bit now that's getting attraction is the stakeholder management, and I think we'll start hearing these like different measurements to actually showing the values, like what the business values of the platforms more and more, like how to communicate this with stakeholders. Hopefully the next year there will be great talks around that. So.
I love that. I mean, I feel like we could keep going for another like 20, 30 minutes, but I think there was enough content for the week. And we all have homework to do over the weekend, especially AJ needs to catch up with another 140 talks. No, really, thank you. Thank you for being a part of the community. Thank you for speaking on PlatformCon and being on this panel. I really think this community wouldn't be the same without the three of you. So thank you, Chanzu, AJ, and James. Thank you, everybody. This is officially a wrap. Let's all go have a beer this weekend. All right. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.